Stadia knew that it could not change society.
And so it decided to blame the beasts.
Heaven or hell? Hell.
Hell. Do what? Okay. So the podcast is being recorded on Wednesday, November 20th, due to delays in shipping your Woolly. However, what this does mean is that we are able to get that hot take of the Stadia launch event. Woolly, what is your hot Stadia take?
My hot Stadia take, and I thought the only Stadia take that mattered, was Gene Park's take of the Washington Post.
Yeah.
Who posted a GIF
a picture's 1,000 words.
Yep.
By that token, a GIF is 1,000,000 words.
Because there's more frames. So it's quite simple, really. It looks a little something like this.
He has his keyboard.
He holds his up, and he presses the button, and then you look at the screen, and then you watch the character jump, and then he looks back at you, and he holds his hand up, and he has time to press the space bar, turn to you, and hold his hand up, and then the character jumps.
So I think what's extra crazy isn't when he hits the... He's playing Destiny 2. Isn't that he hits the space bar and there's a full second, a full appreciable 1 Mississippi before his character jumps. It's even worse than that because he jumps twice in that video. The first jump looks fine.
The second one is different.
So it's not even consistently bad. It's terrible. Like in the descriptions I read is that 80% of the time it's okay. But then that last 20% of the time, it is an unplayable mess.
Do you remember what I said should be their presentation?
I do not.
Okay. I said their presentation should be someone walks out on stage with a controller and presses a button, and then the video feed responds. Like,
Yeah.
it's like I literally made the joke, and here it is.
Here it is.
So shout outs to Gene for basically bringing that to life.
And of note, you should go check out that Washington Post review. It's scathing, but more importantly, it was tested on 2 systems. One, the in-office Washington Post fiber internet, which is the fastest shit you're going to get as a consumer or even most times as a business in a major metropolitan city, the capital of the United States.
No less.
And his home, which was like 300-ish megabits, whatever, which is high consumer-grade internet for most people in the United States in a major metropolitan area. God forbid we're talking about whoever the fuck, wherever, Oklahoma South, where you're like Plague Town, right? Where you're using satellite fucking internet.
I've been busy, so I did not, one, sleep.
You had 1 sleep.
I did not sleep. Really.
Oh.
I had very, very bad sleep.
We have a lot of sleepy podcasts over here, but today is extra special.
Big breakneck video editing, uploading things going on. But what were the...
what are the highlights?
I mean, you said there's like 20 stories.
I will run you down some shit
because I'm just like, yeah, that one.
That's obviously the one.
That's the docket story.
So, in order that I can remember, the launch lineup was released in between last week and this week, which was 12 games, of which 25% of them were Tomb Raider.
Because of ports?
Because there were 3 Tomb Raider games on it.
Solid.
Right? And then 12 hours before the system launched, they went, oh shit, and added 10 more games.
Yeah.
Which is...
I heard that.
What, like, those were ready. Don't, like...
I heard that.
It fucking latency tests come back with like an extra 40 to 80 milliseconds of latency on everything compared to your average setup. The day that Stadia launched, 2 things happened in regards to the physical launch. One, people were getting, the Founders Edition people were getting emails that said, hey, man, there's a problem with your order. Your order's been placed on hold. All you got to do is click this link and go and make sure, click yes or whatever, and your order won't be on hold, and, it'll go through. And the average experience from that would be that you would click on it, and then it would tell you your order was canceled.
Right.
Because
a bunch of people
they massively underproduced it, even for their stupid estimates.
I saw the Reddit banner of multiple people going, why'd my shit get canceled?
Yeah. Bonus, the day that these products actually shipped out, they shipped out via your average shipping, Amazon or Google, UPS, whatever. Mm-hmm. And people were getting them 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, and they're like, cool. Mm-hmm. Except a Stadia console is just a Chromecast Ultra that you plug in what is essentially an unlock code into it to make it a Google Stadia. But the emails for that code for many, many people just didn't go out. So it is if you bought a PlayStation and it was a DVD player until Sony emailed you to tell you how to turn it into a PlayStation. And that went on for most of the day.
But is it physically a Chromecast?
It's just a Chromecast Ultra. Because remember, Stadia is a website. You're the one who discovered the secret.
This is true.
Stadia is just a website.
So they're sending you a thing to play it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the website version, that doesn't exist yet. Just watching footage of this thing is the funniest fucking thing in the world. And the bonus is that you read the troubleshooting guides that people went through when they contacted Google and were like, hey, this thing fucking sucks. So the big pitch for Stadia is, dude, it's like super cheap. You can use it on your existing devices, right? It's easy, right?
Yep.
Here comes the troubleshooting guide. 1, make sure you have an Ethernet cable. 2, make sure your router's in the same room as your device. 3, maybe get a better router. And there's a PC Gamer guide to all the equipment you should buy to make your Stadia run better, which comes up to like $250, which fucking nullifies the whole premise.
I see.
Like,
yeah. There was the other thing I saw was like a collection of like headlines. And, like, the headlines on all these review sites were basically trying to, like, outpun each other.
Oh, yeah.
With different ways of saying, just fucking don't.
Just don't.
Like, that's all they were trying to say, but they're finding different ways of, like, whatever. Like,
I think the saddest thing is this is, like, the review units or whatever, right? They were sent out primarily to people in big American cities, and especially San Francisco, where all the tech writers are. The capital of the Google Digital Valley.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work there. So where the fuck is this thing supposed to work?
Now, wasn't there also a bit of a story where like this was pushed back a bit because it was supposed to be out?
Yeah, it was supposed to be out a couple weeks earlier. Yeah,
it was supposed to be out last month. Yeah. And then there was somewhere that I read this is someone somewhere said something.
Yeah.
And to the effect of
somebody said it.
A lot of developers are afraid that Google's just going to like can this.
Oh, that was a series of quotes from developers going, yeah, I don't think this thing's going to exist.
Right. So that's what's the people are like not spending their time with this for that purpose, because it's like then it goes away.
There's all little bonus like baby ones like, hey, you know how it's Netflix for games even though it's not Netflix for games at all because you still have to buy the games?
Yep.
Well, let me tell you, if you buy a Stadia subscription, you can get Destiny 2 for free, a game that literally went free to play 2 months ago. No, shh.
Yeah.
That deal got fucking made before the cutoff date. Like, that is stupid.
Like, Stadia as technology, like, in the most optimistic way, when it eventually works because we've been through on live.
Yeah.
We've been through multiple iterations.
The other one that was not on live.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah, they're that one. And I've also watched PlayStation Now work.
I have played PlayStation Now. It's okay.
I've watched it work in this house.
Yeah, I would probably say PlayStation Now in its current implementation is better than the Stadia right now.
Yeah. Steph played the entirety of P5 over PS Now from my Vita TV on a different TV than the one that I'm playing like my stuff on.
Yeah.
So, like, I've seen that do the thing. Stadia, like, if and when it ever works, seems like best suited for maybe being middleware / a value add.
It's no chiral network. I'll fucking tell you that.
It's not a chiral network. It certainly is not. It feels like at best it could be middleware or a value add that they could like approach existing consoles with to be like, yo, you might be able to like, you know, pitch the idea of people playing on different screens.
Well, I should point out that like Microsoft is doing a Cloud Now or some shit.
Yeah.
They're doing something
xCloud.
xCloud. It's really similar.
Yep.
Except they're tying it to their Game Pass thing, which is actually Netflix for games.
Yes. That's one big part of it.
And also when Sony and Google's a big fancy tech company, yes.
But
Sony and Microsoft make fucking games.
But hey, xCloud is already dead in the water.
Why is it?
720p and nowhere near the power of Stadia. Did you see? Is
that from Thor on
Thor.
Twitter?
That's Thor.
Oh, man.
Thor, you bodied him, Thor.
You got him, Thor.
Got him.
You one Twitter account that follows only the Google Stadia official Twitter account.
Now, to be fair, it's very easy for someone person
to just
do that.
Yeah, you're right.
Because that's a hilarious thing to happen.
Oh, totally.
Right? It's very easy for someone to make a fake account and then make it follow one account.
Just create an AstroTurf.
And then go defend Stadia and then come and post the screenshot of it. Very easy. Takes about 10 minutes.
But still, though, it's still funny. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's real.
Yeah.
I feel really good that our initial we went through like a process with Stadia, which was like skepticism tinged with a hint of anxiety,
worry,
right?
I remember when I was worried,
followed by like gut busting, like hilarity, laughter,
which is also immense relief,
followed by excitement for shit, followed up with, oh boy, look at this shit. And it's like they can't kill it fast enough. I'm gonna get many jollies out of this shit. It's fucking bad. I forgot. Did you see the press article they put out 3-4 days ago about what Stadia's competitive edge over the other consoles is?
Google's. Google put this out?
Yeah, Google put it out. All right, so Google finds that a lot of consoles these days are really masculine focused. So what they're going to do is they're going to appeal to the female gaming market by creating more gender neutral controller colors, such as white and black.
That's not real.
That's so real,
That's
Wooly.
Not real.
It's so
That's
real.
That's not even remotely real. Shut up. Google Stadia
controller color.
Come on. Not the videos.
It was a couple days ago. Well, you'll find it eventually. It's real.
That are you sure it didn't say hard times?
I'm pretty sure. Though nowadays it's getting harder to tell. The recent hard times where Jeff Keighley admitted that the Game Awards was just an excuse to hang out with Hideo Kojima. Thought it was real.
Well, it's good to hear that we're finally going to be able to get white and black controllers. What do you prefer? Do you prefer... Because now's the moment, right?
Yeah.
Now's the moment where you get to choose. Do you choose this ends tonight at 9 p.m.? Or do you choose this ends in 2035?
Okay. I would okay, if it ends tonight, do I get Phil Harrison like interviewing somebody going, yeah, like some pathetic fucking excuse.
You get the same press release video that they did to begin with the stage and the screen and someone coming out to talk to you to explain why it has to go right now.
I would prefer tonight.
You'd prefer tonight.
By the way,
as opposed to the slowest bleed out.
I'm calling 18 months. It'll be gone. Also, let's see. VideoGamesChronicle.com. Google hopes Stadia's gender-neutral design.
Yeah, I found it.
You found it.
I found it.
Okay.
And I put my phone down.
It's real.
I found it.
Oh yeah. And green. Green is the gender-neutral color.
Nice.
Yes.
That's cool. I didn't know that. That's information. How about that?
Because there's never been a motherfucking green Xbox controller.
You know, too many years, quite frankly, of blue and pink controllers.
Yeah.
I think that shit needs to stop. We need to stop with these blue and pink controllers all over the place. Just being the default controllers
pink
you get with every generation.
Pink is a really rare controller color. There's the Minecraft Xbox controller, like the pig one. And red's gender neutral. Like, red's a common color for controllers, but it can be like either or. Like, what the fuck?
That'll save Stadia.
Oh, sure was.
Like, that's actually applicable there. Yeah.
Someone got told to write good news.
Aren't most colors that are not pink and blue gender neutral? Or am I just
about
ignorant on
95% of colors.
Throw a dart at the color wheel.
There's a couple purples I think.
If you throw a dart at the color wheel, will you not just pretty much land on?
I think there's a couple
purples
that are a little pinkish, so people say they're girly, but
pastels.
Yeah,
sometimes
maybe. But also, apparently, back in the 1900s, pink was for boys and blue was for girls, and it got switched up at some point. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
I'm not sure what the switching point was, but yeah, that was a thing.
Well,
it's almost like it's completely arbitrary and Google's up their ass.
Please, everyone, look forward to coming to my controller reveal party.
Yes. That will accidentally burn down half the city.
And murder a lady and crash a plane.
Oh, yeah.
In the process of showing you the color of my controllers.
No.
That's always a good time. Wow. Okay. That went places I was not expecting.
It's a fucking shit scramble. Oh, and also, people have gotten their hands on the Stadia controller. I'm going to paraphrase Skill Up, who I'm a big fan of, who got a hold of it and described it as that piece of shit that you would give your little brother because the good controller was yours. The lightest, flimsiest piece of shit he'd ever used.
I love so much how everyone gets that. Like, everyone this generation understands exactly what that controller was. Where the wire was chewed out and the fucking floppy-ass stick was wiggling all over the place.
The N64 third-party ones were by far the worst. They were so bad. The PlayStation ones were pretty bad, but it was the analog stick that was the point of failure that was unbelievable.
If you talked for like 2 minutes, you think like, because I could go try to find my worst controller right now.
Oh, man.
I could try. I'm not sure. I think I have like an abortion of a Dreamcast controller or two, and probably one of those N64 ones, maybe a GameCube one. Give me a second.
The N60, so Woolie's gonna come back with the stock Dreamcast controller, and some old Dreamcast piece of shit. Stadia's really funny, and more than anything, all I can think of is that it's one of two things. It's the desire of someone somewhere to get promoted by saying they shipped a product, or it is the desire of Google to be like, what kind of stupid bullshit crap can we trick people into not actually owning?
All right.
Oh, Woolie came, but wow!
Feast your eyes on this motherfucker right here.
Oh!
Everybody, I want you to Google the words Interact Quantum Dreamcast Controller. Enjoy this fucking thing.
It looks like the fucking Wu-Tang controller.
Upside down. Like, I want you to touch these triggers.
Oh, I don't want to touch it.
Touch these triggers.
Oh my god. This is a weird thing to say, but it's so big and so light. Oh, those are the worst. Why are they... The triggers, despite having what is called a lot of throw, in that you have to click them very far, have a lot of resistance. They have a lot, and the resistance isn't even fucking consistent the whole way down.
Now, everyone, I want you to Google GameCube Pelican
the
G3 controller.
Okay.
Look at this fucking
That's
thing.
not as bad as the thing I'm holding.
No, it's nowhere near as bad. It's nowhere near as bad. But, again, I want you to feel these triggers, and I want you to feel this stick.
Oh my goodness. The sticks, the right stick's okay. The left stick's fine. D-pads are trash.
Last but not
Oh
least.
my god, what is up with these triggers?
The
It
triggers.
feels like the same one as that. They're super long.
Unbelievable.
And they have tons of resistance.
It's wild.
And it's crazy because the GameCube right trigger was really bad. It's one of the worst that ever shipped on an official one. But this is just terrible.
Last but not least, I want you guys to Google the Hip Gear Player's Gamepad for the GameCube and take a look at this fucking thing over here.
That looks like from far enough away like it could be official. Like in terms of its shape.
So the main thing here is the C stick.
Okay. I got this, and here you can get that. All right. The triggers are actually fine on this one. This one,
yeah.
the buttons are fine. The regular analog stick is fine. The D-pad's good. Oh, this C stick! Oh my god, that is horrible!
Yeah.
That is the fucking worst. It's got like increasing resistance as you pull it out, and it's super small. It's like a nipple.
It hurts your thumb. It hurts your thumb to press it.
Oh, I don't like it.
That thing, playing Mario Party, playing whatever the fuck, having to wiggle that C stick around.
And it doesn't come out far enough that you could use your palm either.
No. We had another one that's like lost to the ages, but it had a fan in it that literally blew air at your hands to cool you down while you sweat, because that was a feature people needed. So yeah.
Predating the term sweaty.
No, I kept a bunch of these fucking things, dude.
Those are abominations.
You never know.
It says a lot that like I've used types of these these types of controllers, Pelican Hip Gear, but I never ever actually used an old Mad Catz because no one I knew was stupid enough to even attempt to buy one because they looked like even from 10 feet away, you could see that it was the worst piece of shit.
You can judge the plastic and see how shiny it is.
Yeah, it's the level of shine.
And just know you don't want to hold that.
Too shiny, bad.
Yeah.
Not shiny enough, also bad.
And I'm kind of salty because I threw out. I had a purple Dreamcast controller where, like, the stick on it broke off and just became a pin.
Oh my god!
Sticking out at you, and that's what was underneath the if you pressed the stick in too hard, the top layering gave away to a pin. It was balancing on. Like, so at any given moment you could fucking stab your fingers, in addition to it feeling like the garbage is like the worst plastic, you know.
I feel that it's really appropriate that we're going through all this old obsolete second-rate trash or third-rate trash after talking about the Stadia.
Yeah it is what it is, you know.
Oh Christ, I forgot the single biggest piece of Google troubleshooting advice when you play your Stadia. Make sure no one else in the house is using the internet at the same time.
Because it can't handle it.
No. Which instantly kills it for 99% of consumers.
Wait, what's the recommended up?
It's lower than it is. Like, they'll tell you what the recommended up is, but it's not true.
Because nowadays, like, what the fuck, at like multiple devices are going to, like, the average house.
My current house is pulling down internet data at all times.
The average house is going to have two people's phones and a computer and a laptop
24/7, yeah.
Right, connected to that thing, right?
All right. So let's break it down who the Stadia is for. 1, they live in a major American city, preferably San Francisco. 2, they are single with no kids, so that no one else can steal the internet juice. 3, they're really interested in playing video games, but not the latest games, and they don't have a console already.
Yes.
Those 3 things don't mix. If you're single, real single, and you're into games, you're playing games already. You're putting your disposable income into the dumb bullshit like the video games.
Could this situation create a moment where someone literally has to yell over and say, "Mom, get off the phone.
I'm trying to play my Stadia."
Games." Like,
maybe.
Could we actually go back to those years?
We're going back.
Because that would be fucking
There's a fantastic series of tweets in which a guy described working at a computer company called Sun Microsystems.
Oh my God, Sun Microsystems. I used to buy computers from them.
Right, Sun Microsystems.
Yeah.
And Sun Microsystems was going out of business because they were getting fucked. So they and this was a long time ago, and they decided, okay, what can we make and then sell? And they created what is essentially a desktop computing version of the Google Stadia like a decade ago or more. And the way it would work is that you would have a blade, and it looked like a Nintendo Wii. Like it was angled off your desk. And you would come in and you would put in what looked like your company ID card would have a chip in it, and you would plug it in and it would pop up your desktop. Because it was all running off a super server somewhere else in the building. And this person described that it was absolutely incredible for office work because you would go to your boss and be like, "Dude, I don't know how this works." And he's like, "Okay, let me see your shit." Yeah. And you would plug the card in, and your fucking desktop would come up. Desktop. And it was the craziest shit ever.
Yeah.
And then they went to sell it and never sold it once because there was literally no pitch to the average consumer. Because you needed this massive server, and it's a computer company. Of course, they have a fucking massive server in the basement, right? Yeah. But the average consumer, it didn't mean shit. It was back in the
who was the
and he takes the example of that's what Stadia is right now. Instead of going, hey, what do people want? they go, what can we sell? Right? What do people want? They want Netflix for games. That's a legitimate value.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it played like shit, if you told me $10 a month, you get access to what the fucking what the Nintendo Virtual Library should be, tons of people would hop on that. That's a great deal.
Once again, Xbox Game Pass actually exists.
But what can we sell? Well, we don't have the clout in the gaming space to actually make those deals because people don't trust us.
Yeah.
So we'll just say buy the subscription and then buy the thing. And then consumers go, wait, why should I buy the thing and then buy the sub and then you take away the thing instead of just buying the thing over there?
Now, am I naive for thinking that, like, if this was pre-Alphabet Google, that we would have heard about Stadia as a background project being developed on the campus, and it would have been tested for years and years.
You would see interviews, and somebody was
we got something interesting.
We got something cool.
We're kind of looking at gaming right now.
The code name is Stadia. It's like a distributed thing, and they'd be kind of open about it.
Yeah, and they're like, right now we're trying to get the lag down. When we first started, it was like really, really massive spikes. Now we're getting those down and kind of pinging, But like, it would have been this like in progress
it would be somebody's fucking work project
that some people were just on their free time that they get paid for at the campus to just be like, see if you can figure out this video
and
game
they're paying for it because they're like, well, if you nail this one, we're gonna make $shit-zillion. So keep working on it until you die.
I mean, like, or it just goes the way of Google Glass, where it's like, hey, we have this interesting idea, maybe it'll be something, and then it's like, no, people got creeped out by it.
Yeah, well, Google's internal culture has very obviously changed over the past couple decades,
and then let's just sell it to companies. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the idea of like shipping a like shoddy ass, incomplete, unready thing way ahead of time, not caring about how it actually applies when you try to turn it on, or not caring about the end result of like the environment you're gonna be in when you try to use this technology, and saying that people will just get used to not owning what they purchased is so irresponsible and silly that like the idea of brute forcing it doesn't seem like a Google move.
Jim Sterling,
in that older Google sense,
in his typical way, pointed out something really smart, which is a Phil Harrison quote, which we made fun of at the time, which was that, well, oh God, it's so stupid. ISPs want to make their customers happy, so it's in their interest to raise data caps to meet the thing of Google Stadia. Yeah, and it's like, one, that might be the most naive thing I've heard about telecoms ever. But two, Google is currently fighting, I think, Comcast in the Kansas City area tooth and nail in court over they want to just install internet in general, and Comcast or whatever company is there is like, nah, man, nah, fuck off, right? How does Google not know that? It's almost like they're pretending to not know that, almost as if they're ignoring that minor detail.
The PlayStation will teach them discipline. Right.
Oh my God. And so a lot of people don't know what the fuck you mean by that, because that's old. That's an old quote.
That's classic Ken.
From 10 years ago?
Yep, maybe more than that.
11, I think.
Maybe more than that.
Where the PlayStation 3 was announced at $599 US. Mm-hmm. And when people went, what the fuck, man? Ken Kutaragi, the father of the PlayStation, said, I want this to be a high-value luxury item. I want people to have to go get a second job to pay for this. And then Ken Kutaragi went away. Forever.
The PlayStation 3 will teach them discipline. Our product will bend the market towards itself. Right. So yeah, not to mention that other thing from years ago where Google wanted to bathe North America in Wi-Fi via satellites. Not sure what happened to that, but
satellites are expensive.
Well, there's that, and there's also a fuck ton of companies that have a very vested interest in seeing that not launch. Yeah, and would probably invest in small land to air missiles
Land to space.
in an attempt to catch it in mid-flight.
No, this ain't gonna happen. We'll take the fine. We'll take the fine.
A fucking Comcast labeled surface-to-air missile. Try to intercept it as Google launches it. Like, fuck you, man. No way are you getting that off the ground, physically and metaphorically.
So the Stadia is exactly what everyone thought it was gonna be. The overwhelming cynicism of the internet, like the internet in its plurality has become a hyper accurate, cynical product viewer.
Oh yeah, and I'm preparing to stare that down like this week actually.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because it happens when it happens. You know? But the new Guilty Gear is not the old Guilty Gear.
No,
you know, so that's something that happens for sure. But yeah, Stadia, whatever you want to call it,
who cares?
Is one of the few that that comes along like in that Fallout 76 kind of way, where it's just like, oh, this is all deserved, because like, what did you think would happen?
What did you think? Did anyone at Google think that this thing was going to launch and people were going to be so enraptured by the concept that they literally like imagine that it was better than it was?
Or how did your market research team not bring you back something that was just a big red bar?
I
said,
am
not yet.
I am very much in the belief that there are two types of people who worked on the Stadia. The true believer Silicon Valley, San Francisco person, in which was responsible for testing the real, I'm using big fucking air quotes on this, real world conditions of only testing the Stadia in the Bay Area. And the person who goes, oh yeah, no, this thing's gonna fucking fail, but we need to ship it to show the company that we were working on something.
What flopped harder, the Stadia or the Ouya? Oh God, the Ouya came out. You could purchase one and play a video game on it.
The Ouya was crowdsourced.
It did exist, and it did do the thing that it said it would do. It just wasn't
it just sucked.
People just didn't want it.
Now I will say that the Ouya does have, to my knowledge, the worst controller ever released with any console of all time.
Did you not just hold?
No.
Official controller?
Yeah, official.
You
controller.
are also. That's no. That's
okay. Hit me with, because you have to remember the Ouya official controller was so bad that you could press in on buttons and they would go underneath the shell and become stuck permanently.
The Panasonic 3Do.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot about the whole side generations.
The whole hole.
Yeah.
There was a hole in the controller that gave your thumb blisters when you pressed it.
You're right. Yeah. And the whatever one it was, one of the old ones that was just a TV remote. Is that the ColecoVision or something?
I mean, if you go back far enough, sure. You know.
Man, Atari really nailed it with that first one.
There's also those hotel room consoles that would have a half remote, half controller sometimes. Those were wild.
Oh my god.
But the 3DO or 3DO fucking gave you blisters for using it. So nah. But anyway, the Ouya came out and did have its games and was a usable, playable console.
It also cost like $99.
There was that. You know.
And it was a cube. That's cool.
Yeah, I think all the current hardware manufacturers in the industry are going to basically just look at this situation, take notes, and apply it to late next gen.
Push it back another 5, guys.
You know, and in the meantime, yeah, like we're gonna see streaming options on,
like, you know,
probably every follow-up console to the ones we currently have.
I think the craziest thing is that this bullshit gives me a new appreciation for PlayStation Now. In that, like, yeah, it's not a very good service, but like, it's a little baby side service. it's like a test that you could pay for, I guess, if you wanted. It's definitely not like a major push. It doesn't have its own fucking box.
Yeah. And to go hand in hand with it, we're talking about like how like there's the Xbox Game Pass for Netflix games thing, but there's also the fact that like Apple just allowed you to pair your controllers with your phone.
Yeah.
So like there's the other side of it where you just don't even need to like.
Who is interested in video games and does not have one video game device? Because the Stadia doesn't make any sense if you own any other video game device. Ever.
It's probably more along the lines of, I want to jump into this generation, and I haven't jumped into this generation.
I'm going to jump into this generation when consoles are the cheapest they've ever been with 1 year to go before the next one. Like, I think that's the funniest thing. We're comparing Stadia to the Xbox One and the PS4 when it's like those new ones are coming out next year.
Remember when we like used to look at things like the in-between generation, like the weirdness of the Dreamcast?
The weirdness of the Dreamcast handhelds were always staggered weird,
right? And you're like, what are you doing? You're breaking the flow, right? This is in between the 4-year cycle. And now we're in these way longer than that cycles. And we're getting mini upgrades and like hardware pushes.
I like the long cycles.
The long cycles are better. The long cycles are better not just for the consumer, but for the developers, because the end cycle games are always like on a system that we've finally understood. You know, it takes a while for people to really get it.
I really feel the PS2 could have gone for like another 2 years, no problem.
I mean, it continued for 10 beyond it. You know what I mean? It's
no, but I mean like a big mainstream 2 more years.
People learn over the course of a generation how to use the console better, and that comes over the course of releasing multiple games.
It's also good for PC players, and a lot of PC players would disagree with this because they're stupid, but the longer console generation goes on, the longer your PC upgrades maintain their value.
Yeah, I guess there's that. You know, even Steam has a fucking streaming screen service.
Yeah.
Like
the Steam Link and all that stuff
exactly.
too.
Like that's all there. Like, yeah. So, no, that's why this is just such a, like, it's just a hilarious story, because you're like, anyone that had any basic, like, send someone out to a regular person's house and ask them a couple questions and maybe plug in your thing and test it. Like, anyone that collected that kind of data would come back to Google and say, yeah, this doesn't work.
Well, they did go out of regular people's houses. They went down to the street in the Mission.
Yeah,
and they talked to a couple people there, and then they went a couple blocks further south near the you know the river, the coast of the bay, and then they talked to those people, and then they went down to the GameSpot offices and tested them in that office, and then what else do you need to do? Where else do you need to go? Off the island? What are you, fucking crazy? That's like the wilderness out there.
Apparently, they just announced the mobile app. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You can't buy games on the Stadia.
Wait. What?
You have to use your Google app on your phone to buy games on the Stadia.
You have to go to the App Store on the.
On your phone. The actual box has no way to access its own store.
That's a good plan.
How is that not the actual first thing?
That's a really good plan. You can't. Yeah. Okay. No store in the OS on the OS level.
Nothing. No ability to make monetary purchases.
What if your game has like?
Shut up. Use your phone. You got
Samurai
a phone, right?
Showdown has DLC.
Use your phone.
How was your week?
That was all right. I'm going through a sleep deprivation thing, which is really bad. But aside from that, I'm going to blame Mr. Reedus and his funky fetus for this, I say as I hold up a can of Monster Zero Ultra. The sugar-free ones are fine, actually.
Yeah, they are.
They're all right.
I honestly, when it comes down to it, like I judge them by how tangy that aftertaste is and how strong the taurine.
It's a lot easier to drink
and-
this as a drink
Yep.
than Red Bull is. I'll be honest.
Have you had the rehabs?
I have not had the rehabs.
You might like them. So if you ever feel like it, you can try out. There's like a Monster Rehab iced tea, for example. It's a sugar-free and it has no carbonation. It just tastes like iced tea.
I see. Yeah, Monster's all right, but not the sugar ones. The sugar ones taste like piss. They're really bad. And I do need my extra 10% stamina. I don't know how the fuck Norman drinks 3 of these in a row.
He's not a real person.
Must be the Dooms.
Must be the Dooms.
Must be the Dooms.
Where's that going?
I don't know. I still don't know what Dooms is.
Damn, how many hours?
4 streams worth?
4 streams worth.
Plus 10 hours off stream, so 25? Chapter 5. Chapter 4? Chapter 4. I don't know. LOL. I'm going to talk about Death Stranding in a bit. No, fuck it. You want to talk about Death Stranding now?
Go for it.
It's really good. Infrastructure's fun.
Here's does the middle of the game drop off with the narrative?
You need to be a little more clear in your question. I don't
Do
really know.
you get a decent amount of propelling the story forward?
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised.
After your missions,
The pacing is on point. There is a...
You haven't hit a part where the games just went, all right, Sam, here's 10 missions.
No, absolutely not.
Go do them, and we got nothing to say to you until they're done.
There are 2 things. There are I would say there are 3 gameplay goals in the Death Stranding. One is, and they'll eventually, it's funny they don't do this in the beginning because there's less choice, but when you look at your mission screen, there's orders for Sam, and then there's regular orders. Orders for Sam will often have one order that has like glowing gold like energy on it. That's your story mission, right? The story mission will have a significant amount of at least dialogue over the radio with Dead Man or Die Hard Man or whoever you're delivering it to.
Unique.
It will have
interactions.
It will have usually a cutscene, oftentimes in the rest area, or it will have some kind of novel gimmick, like a story mission is the first time that you're going to have to go into a highly BT fucked area to get cargo and return it.
Yeah.
Right? Stuff like that. The pacing on those story missions is actually really solid. It usually goes get to the new location, like physically travel there. Then upon scoping out this part, do a tough delivery, usually involves mules. Do a long delivery, do a tough delivery, involves BTs, right? Then do a delivery that goes the entire length of the map that you've explored so far. Big event. And the pacing is pretty fucking consistent so far. And after every 2 of those, you get some new toy. Yeah. You get everything from a bike or the ability to make a new type of ladder or the unlock ability to make your own safe houses or a little floaty carrier.
Does that have any use?
Your own safe houses?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you start to get to locations that don't let you rest or fabricate equipment.
Okay, because that means the resources required for that were like...
They're enormous.
Yeah.
And they require a special type of resource that you don't even have available.
Okay.
But... yeah, no, they're the longer you go in the game, the more you get to these delivery points that don't have the ability to rest at them, don't have the ability to fabricate equipment.
Yeah, so I mean, like on paper, it sounds almost like an Ubi tower, where you get to the tower and then like now a few missions around the area to learn the layout.
Well, once you pop people on the network, it's the opposite of the Ubi tower. Instead of giving you more activities, it actually makes the activities you already have way easier. Have you gotten to the part where bridges have been showed up?
I think that's right around where I...
Okay, because the biggest turning point in the game is the biggest turning points is when new forms of infrastructure unlock. And the first one is the bridge that they showed off in the trailers. And the bridge consistently makes the biggest difference because it nullifies problems.
Yeah.
It takes a chasm and says, who gives a shit? It takes a river that would otherwise be impassable for a kilometer up and down and goes, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
And I have currently unlocked a second form of infrastructure, which I have spent hours on stream with people building, and everyone's like, yeah, just build it, woo. It's weird.
Wait, Minecraft?
No, because
Are you sure?
No. The infrastructure that I'm talking about roads. And eventually the map becomes so large that building roads is a thing you're going to need to do. But the roads are set. You're not saying, I'm going to build a road in this location. You're going to a road spot and saying, I want to dump a lot of materials in to make a road here.
Might be Minecraft. Might be Minecraft.
So I was going to argue with you a little harder.
Mm-hmm.
Until I saw a video of a man using a zipline system that he spent 5+ hours building.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That ziplines extend 300 meters, right? And the zipline system in the game is actually really intense because it's not an actual rope. It's just like a point. And those ziplines will connect to any zipline within distance, which means it'd be a little network, right? It's not like
it's a ski lift of points that you're dropping,
right? But you can say there's like 5 in a little circle.
They all
you can
connect
point
to each other.
anyone in any order.
And
so this guy just spent 5 hours building them all around the mountains and said, "Well,
wow,
don't have to use roads. Wow. Don't have to can pretend that rivers don't exist.
Yeah,
BTs, you are going fucking fast on those zip lines. Like they have no chance."
But what about the mules though? Will they use them?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, they're like
I feel like they would sabotage them. And
the longer you go in the game, the more tools you. So the more it's this nice little balance. The more environmental problems you're likely to encounter, the more BTs are everywhere.
Yeah.
The more mules are taking up big parts of the map, and a mechanic that gets introduced later is that timefall will start to move. And have its own weather pattern that you should plan around. As that happens, you will almost always get a direct solution to that new problem.
Do you find yourself doing a lot of like rust repair?
No.
Okay. You can just get better protection.
Did you unlock container spray?
Yeah.
So that will help a lot.
Okay.
Most of the stuff that actually takes container damage is stuff you're going to deliver. All the gear that you carry takes damage, which can't be healed.
Yeah.
But you'll use it.
Yeah.
You'll use it. And
it doesn't matter until it hits 0.
Yeah, ladders, climbing ropes, all that shit.
Yeah.
At 1%, it's just as good as at
deliverables.
99.
It doesn't matter
unless they actually take damage.
Yeah. The container doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But the damage
Think
inside
of container as armor.
Yeah, and then the life on the item
determines
gives you less rewards.
Yeah. There have been new types of gameplay. Like they do introduce, hey, here's melee combat.
I thought.
Well, I don't know what you were gonna say.
I thought you said they introduce hay. Like,
no.
Just bales
for horses.
Of hay. You know,
no.
That sounds like a Kojima mechanic.
No.
If you said that, I believe they're like, we've unlocked hay.
They do, in a fashion, allow you to unlock wheat. I'm not joking. But they'll unlock, they'll explain melee combat, and melee combat has, I mean, it's not the most in-depth, but it's there.
Sure, it's there.
Shooting becomes
fucking garrote, motherfucker.
Yeah, shooting becomes more pronounced. There are shooting sections, which I feel comfortable saying because they did a demo of one at one point. It's the World War I section that you saw in some of the trailers, where it's like, here's a gun, go shoot some ghosts.
Kojima retweeted a video of someone running out of a BT like puddle and turning around and pissing on it.
Yeah.
And then it went away.
Yeah, they hate it.
that's an actual way of fighting back.
Well, Wooly, because of you haven't gotten to this point, but you remember how there's blood grenades, right? That they showed off that your blood hurts BTs.
Okay.
They show that in a demo.
It's fluids.
Yeah, it's Norman Reedus. Sorry, Sam. I literally call him Norman Reedus almost the whole time.
Yeah.
I forget his name is Sam. Norman Reedus's body because
Doom
he is a repatriate and suffers from the dooms. His bodily fluids,
all of them,
repel ghosts. So you can have sweat grenades.
Mm-hmm.
You can have pee-pee grenades.
Mm-hmm.
You can have poo-poo grenades.
Mm-hmm.
You can have blood grenades.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a variety of other blood weapons that you will unlock. But menstruate and poo on these ghosts.
And the different
to deliver your box of cum.
Different fluids have different
levels of strength. Your poo is stronger than your sweat. Your blood is the strongest of all.
Do we know that for sure?
Yes. Because they're named number 0, number 1, and number 2 grenades. 0 is sweat, number 1 is pee, and number 2 is poo. That's why you have the ability to go to the bathroom sitting down or standing up.
What about something a little more viscous?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Firepower.
No, not listed.
You know that shot of the end of the trailer for I think what is it? Pitch Black, where I want to say Vin Diesel lights up a torch.
Yeah.
And then all the monsters go.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that what happens every time you bust one out?
That's right. Yeah.
Just.
Well, luckily enough, Wooly, there's almost no busting any of them out back in the Death Stranding. That's why you have to deliver them big boxes of cum.
As opposed to using it.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
The more emails I read and the more interviews I read with characters, the weirder and more nonsensical this universe becomes.
We had no hope. We were all sitting here going, what the fuck? This world is over. America's dead. And then you showed up and you brought some boxes. And now we're like, yeah, we can get back out there. We can save America.
The
smiley face, heart, thumbs up.
The level of optimism associated with the delivery of a pair of old CDs is astonishing.
It's almost like a message written from the Ace Combat world.
Yes! What if the Ace Combat world became fucked?
But the people remained the same.
I think the whole game, I think that tone is like underwritten by the fact that the very first big deal delivery is you deliver like kilos upon kilos of oxytocin. Because people need it to get through the day.
Yeah.
Which I like. Everyone's kind of normal, but the only reason everyone is normal is because everyone is just heaving down buckets of antidepressants because the world's really bad.
And you're kind of just waiting for it to end.
Yeah. It's in a pretty fucking dire state.
Yeah. To be fair, a lot of stories about fighting back the apocalypse, like any post-apocalyptic story where you have the solution, oftentimes will simplify that solution with, like, I don't know, let's say the first plant seen in many years.
Oh my God, look, it's a plant, guys.
Or the cure to the outbreak.
Yeah.
Right? Inside of this person. Maybe even a baby.
Yes.
You know? But in this case, like, it is cool to see, like, a much more procedural, like, fixing of the problem.
It's like, no, it's going to take a lot of work. And, you know, you go to the second map after you finish the second chapter, and you leave that first map behind going like, yeah, that is in a much better place now just because I did some deliveries.
Yeah, like, if Kenshiro actually had to do more than just blow up some heads.
Yeah. To maybe plant one tree, Kenshiro.
or like literally like oversee the construction and, you know, like do a little bit of, you know.
There is
cleanup.
I'm really enjoying Death Stranding. It starts to become more like Metal Gear, ironically. Like more like MGS5 because you get a gun.
Yeah.
You get a fucking gun at some point. I mean, it's a bola gun. It's wraps people up to not, but like it's a gun and you're sneaking and a lot of it's still delivering. There's one thing about it that I might be really wrong that I'm like constantly complaining to my chat when I stream it, which is the story is really weird and fascinating and all these things, but there's a couple details that I'm like, don't treat me like I'm stupid. Don't. This is getting really obvious.
Okay.
This is getting, you're trying to underlay some kind of hidden, like, maybe, and I'm like, no, it's this.
Koji's bad at hiding his cards.
There's a really good example that I'll use that is not what I'm talking about, which is the game expects you, Wooly, video game player man, to not know what Troy Baker sounds like if he uses a slightly different voice without a southern accent. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's happening, and the word one, I'm like, are you like, I was offended. I was like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Do you really expect me to not obviously know that that's Troy Baker's character?
Yeah. And
I refuse to even consider that a spoiler because you will get one word in, you'll go, oh, that's Higgs. That's he's right there. He's talking to me. He's just not Southern right now, and he's a little more demure, and that's him. And then they have a huge reveal shot in a flashback of him looking up the camera. It's like, oh, it was him. It's like, yeah, I know. I fucking know. Come on, give me a fucking break. Are you serious? Are you joking with me? So there's that is like kind of all over, in which it's like there are characters looking dramatically towards the sky, crying, going, "What could it mean?" And I'm like, "This is what it means. I know what it means. That's obviously what it means."
Master Miller, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you, huh?
And I really feel like I'm going to get like 90% through the game and somebody's going to turn to the camera and go, "It was me all along." And I'm going to go, "Yeah, I know." And then they're going to have like a 10-minute long scene of Sam going, "Oh my God! How did you fool me?" And I'm like, "This is how they fooled you, Sam, you idiot. You idiot."
Aw, but then that makes the main character dumber, and I don't like that.
So that is the best part about the game, is Sam. And Sam not being Snake.
I mean, I've seen clips of the shit he says to himself en route.
Yeah.
And I've heard a few of them, and he's just he's a big old goofball.
You know what Sam is? Sam is a fucking foot trucker. I think the best example is very early in the game when you first encounter Higgs and you first encounter Fragile. And these two separate occasions are met with big ass fuck speeches about Kojima shit. To which Sam almost verbatim responds, "Dude, I just want to deliver these packages."
Yeah.
Like, he's not on board for being in the game.
In fact, people with that same feeling that don't have the ability to do so probably become mules.
Yeah.
So,
but it's just like big speech with your character going, I don't.
Just,
Okay. Don't shoot ghosts at me, man.
I gotta deliver some cargo.
Like, it's really refreshing. And it goes back to something me and you talked about, I think, a couple months ago, in which tired is the best protagonist emotion.
But before that cargo, I gotta go drop off some other cargo.
Yeah.
God bless Clone High.
I'll also say that Mads Mikkelsen is killing it.
Yeah.
He's the star.
I mean, in the little dream sequences I've seen so far.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh?
You get them every time you rest, unless you've exhausted them.
Now, to be fair, would it be naive to assume that anybody that got Mads on a project would not want to save him for hour 90? You know?
Yeah, no, it's
Would you not want
So yeah, I'm pretty deep. I just saw Mads Mikkelsen once outside of those flashbacks, and it's like if he was not in those little visions, he would be fucking absent from huge portions of the game.
And that's insane, right?
Yes, fuck that.
Because all of his friends are front loaded. You got Sam up top, you got Amelia,
Leah Sadu as
whatever.
Fragile.
You got Mama soon eventually.
The only one, who shows up last almost is fucking Higgs, but he's Troy Baker, so he doesn't care.
You got Totoro-san.
Yeah.
You know? So, like, yeah, you gotta use the trump card that you have in your deck right away and let people know, yo, Mads fucking Mikkelsen is here.
And the framing device allows Mads to just soliloquy directly to a camera.
Yep. More like Dad's Mikkelsen.
Hey! Maybe? I don't know what that character's about, but he's really cool.
Yeah, well, it's like, yeah, but if you are what you say you are, then you wouldn't be calling it by its like tool name. But I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Who knows what?
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a really good game. I still feel like there is a incredibly appropriate and legitimate argument for somebody to go, this is the shittiest game ever made, because it, like, that beginning portion, the portion that you're doing right now, if you're not on board, it is the worst.
So this is the kind of game where years from now, if someone comes up to you and is like, man, I fucking hated Death Stranding.
And you're like, yeah, okay.
I get it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Like, there's no defensiveness. I'm like, everything that I unlock.
Yeah.
Like, let me give you an example. One of my favorite unlocks was a little mobile carrier that sits next to you, and you can just put cargo on, and it tethers to your ass, and it just follows you. So you can just carry like another 100 kilos.
See, I was hoping you were gonna say like a little like Metal Gear Mark II, little robot that would like.
No, it's just a floating little Tensor's floating disc that you put 100 extra kilos on, and you can tether a second one to it.
See, here's the thing.
And I'm looking at this thing. I'm like, oh shit. That means I can put the cargo on. That's crazy. And if that doesn't do it for you, oh my god.
And then all the troubles that come with that, of course, turning yourself into a walking 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
Right. But early on, there's a moment where someone in discussion says that, like, at first we tried just doing like robot deliveries.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out. So it makes me kind of wonder, like, well, if you had a person there overseeing it, could you not still have, like...
That's not why robot deliveries didn't work out. Because people need that human touch, man. That's what created the mules. Man. I really feel this game could actually add man to the end of every deep statement. Strands, man. Like... Don't you get it?
Sam, we can rebuild America, man.
Yeah, man, we can do it. You gotta get that chiral network up, man. You just get. I'm very eager to talk to you after the next section.
Yeah.
Because read to anybody playing Death Stranding. Read all those emails and interviews.
Nukes are bad, man.
Wooly. I'm gonna sit up and I'm gonna stare at Wooly in his eyes. This is a Hideo Kojima production. Mm-hmm. Nukes are bad, man.
Yeah, they
You can't get away.
No, you can't.
You literally.
Yeah.
I bet there's a character in fucking Boktai.
Yeah.
That's like the vampires exist. You know how the vampires and shit? Nukes.
I mean, look, dude. At the end of the day, like. You get to see one in like the first mission.
No, that's not a nuke.
Okay, well,
that's a void out.
Yeah,
I'm saying nukes are bad, man. And you're like, really? Here in this setting? Why? Because they're bad.
I thought we've worked past this.
No, never. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever played.
Listen, man, like, some people have their causes, you know.
Have you seen...
Jane Goodall loved those gorillas.
Yep.
No matter what else was going on in the world.
Listen, have you seen the clip of Sam riding the bike?
No.
So, there's a bike you can make. You saw it in the intro.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's an unlockable bike that you can get, which is the ride bike.
Oh, okay. Is that the one that comes with the subtitle, that comes with the moment?
It's
the
not a
voice clip?
subtitle. It is direct dialogue of you riding along, and Sam goes, "Holy shit, this is so fucking cool. I feel like I'm on Ride with Norman Reedus right now." And there are multiple line reads of that. I have not gotten there, but people have confirmed that that is real, and that there are multiple different, and every time he says it, he always says Ride with Norman Reedus, the full title.
That's the best line of dialogue in a video game since This Is Good, Isn't It?
Yeah.
That's the, like, peak. What do you do? How do you top that? Like, the full-on, get it, turn the can towards the camera. You know? Wow. Wow, I love that.
It's the funniest thing in the world. The ad stuff in this game is the funniest shit ever.
The human condition.
Cup Noodle has been dethroned as the best ad in video games.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Why is it? I feel like I know the answer already, but I want to ask the question. When American companies, when European companies do ads in games, it always feels...
Shut up. I'm sorry.
It feels sleazy.
Yeah, because you just... because the Japanese ones almost like... It's because the product is always some kind of food that is just like the most harmless nonsense thing to exist.
Yeah.
Like the monster.
Yeah.
In this thing is like, it's almost like that, right?
It's laughable.
We're talking about cup noodles and Calorie Mate. Sorry, the reason why I went shut up is because, is this real? Does someone actually say there's evil within 2?
Yes! Yeah!
No!
Wooly, you go back to an NPC at the very beginning of the game in Evil Within 2, and you go, and you're like, dude, you gotta get out of here. You gotta get out of the safe house. And he's like, I don't want to get out of there. There's evil out there. And then the main character goes, yeah, but there's evil within 2. And they both turn and look at the camera for a second.
That's fucking great.
Evil Within 2 also has my favorite line of dialogue upon completing a minigame.
Oh, I live for this.
There's a minigame in Evil Within 2 in which you go into a room and you do target practice stuff, like, you know, shoot the targets, and there's a bunch of levels and you get upgrade points for it. Once you complete absolutely all of them, right, which is very significant, it's a big part of the side content, you get a trophy, or an achievement. And you get some upgrade points, and you get a bunch of currency. And Sebastian goes, I guess I should get back on that saving my daughter thing, huh? And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
There's your tone.
Yeah, Japanese games just feel very comfortable reaching out of the fourth wall and grabbing your dick.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Never quit. Never quit. But yeah, it really is always... some fucking stupid ass like yeah, Calorie Mate or Werther's Original, or just some fucking nonsense.
You remember when a fucking Mario Kart added like a Mercedes van?
Yeah, that's but that's the problem, right? Is like when you're like, really, you want these kids to fucking feel like they should go out and get a car? It's just, you know.
You know what? I think I can sum it up as like a business phrase, and that is no attempt at integration. Right? In your Western game, you'll try and have the character like wearing a fancy watch, and then they'll get that brand shot of that watch,
Sure.
but they won't go, "Hey,
Yeah.
man, I love this watch."
Yeah.
Meanwhile, even at its most subtle ever in Japanese games, which is the sunglasses in Metal Gear 5, they zoom in on the fucking things and have product names show up in the fucking bottom left, and every character has them for some reason, and they go, "Oh man, I sure do love drinking my Monster while using my JF Ray sunglasses," which are totally in Death Stranding as well.
Those are the ones on the table?
No,
Oh,
the ones you
okay.
get later,
Oh.
which are non-in-universe sunglasses. They're just designer sunglasses.
Like, at the very least, you want to, like, if there was a bunch of shit that you're like, oh yeah, but I also know that Kojima's way into sunglasses. Like, he's a huge mark.
He's crazy about it. Yeah.
Right? Then you could almost be like, yeah, okay, this dude just happens to fucking be in there.
And he's hanging out with his sunglass buddies.
But, like, I feel so fucking cool right now.
It's like I'm on ride with Norman Reedus.
Not Sons of Anarchy.
Oh my god. It's...
Not anything else. You know. Yeah, okay.
And
Good.
as a result of this,
Good,
I'm
good,
now
good.
drinking Monster, and I have to admit, I desperately want to at least see like a fucking trailer for Ride with Norman Reedus, because I need to know what the fuck it is and why there's a Muppet on his back.
You kind of want to watch the show.
I kind of want to watch the show now.
That's great. Fucking mission accomplished.
I bit into a calorie mate once because I needed to know. No thanks.
Yeah, no,
it's like
same.
a ration.
Definitely. You know, and quite frankly, look, man, that dude saving that channel,
Yeah.
right? He's the one that matters on that show, and why not give him another one?
Yeah. There is one other thing that I want to talk about with Death Stranding, which is something that you have not encountered yet, but you will start to.
Motherfucker, if you show up in 2 weeks and you're like, okay, so AMC's Ride with Norman Reedus is pretty great, I'm gonna fucking turn this whole thing off.
Well,
I'll kick the camera over.
get ready, because that Norman Reedus is a darling. But what I was going to say is there's something very odd that starts to happen when you deliver packages in this game. And it's something
You start to like
that
it.
I have apologized to you in the past for, but I will apologize to you again. About 2 years ago on the podcast, you brought up a news article in which Kojima went down to LA to hang out with a bunch of famous people. And I lost my shit going, how is this news? This is fucking stupid. If you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I apologize later because that was an overreaction.
Mm-hmm.
I will now apologize again because boy were you right, because you start to deliver to a wide assorted cavalcade of wildly out of place famous people.
Mm-hmm.
The new CEO of Sony, he'll give you some blood. You want to hang out with Junji Ito?
Conan O'Brien.
Sure, fuck it.
Jeff Keighley.
Yeah.
Famitsu Man.
Edgar Wright?
Edgar Wright.
Fuck it.
Wow. Didn't catch that one.
The CEO of a Canadian-based fashion company? Fuck it. The guy who's currently got Famitsu in the shit because he's the CEO of Famitsu and he's in the game and Famitsu gave the game a 40 out of 40? Yeah, fuck it.
Deliver these Famitsu magazines.
No, deliver these old Dreamcasts.
Okay. Now here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? Like, how brilliant of a move, though, to be that guy that's like, I have this project.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to be in it.
Yeah.
And it's almost like those directors that just never release the movie, but they keep asking like famous friends to come be in it just so that they can hang out for a while.
Yeah.
It's like that.
There is totally...
You create a mechanic that allows you to enable
there is 100%
You're French schmoozing.
a fucking Japanese model that you hang out with that all I can think of is, dude, Kojima wanted to bang this chick and it didn't go anywhere, but she's in the game.
Bruh, it's called the Beauty and the Beast unit.
That was really obvious, wasn't it?
Like,
They all need to be sexy naked models for the art.
and have a camera mode in which we will stop the boss fight and begin a photo shoot. Photosynthesis.
Yeah.
She needs it to breathe.
Listen, photosynthesis is a recurring
It's the best plot I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Fucking good plot. Love it.
So at the same time, while these games are fascinating and I really like the big themes, boy, are they also trash. They're also like 1/2 step above the Sword Art Online animes.
Oh, come on. That's just...
Woolly.
Come
Quiet
on.
was so bad. Quiet was so bad. And if you don't know in your heart how bad Quiet was, you go check out those YouTube videos where they model swap her with Ocelot.
I've seen them.
And you're like, oh man.
What do I say to him? Maybe if I present my ass like a dog. This is weird. This helicopter's getting awkward.
Yeah, Death Stranding's a trip, man. It's a fucking trip. Every time I sit down with that game, I come away like relaxed and happy. It's a good game. You know what else is a good game? See what I'm doing here? That new Jedi Fallen Order game.
Hey,
It's pretty solid.
everyone says so.
It's not the best game in the world.
But there was a warning about some sort of save bug.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I haven't heard or encountered it, but I'm definitely not going to tell you it doesn't exist because everything has a save bug now.
This is interesting because I'm hearing that Fallen Order is good,
It is.
and I'm hearing that The Mandalorian is good.
Yes, and it reinvigorates my belief that once any property gets big enough, all the good shit is to the sides.
To the sides.
It's
Yeah.
the shit that isn't the important thing.
Yeah.
That they have a little more freedom on.
Or since they've killed off like everything extra, in this case, and laser focused it to a couple of products,
Yeah.
could we be looking at a course correction? Like, was Solo the straw that broke the camel's back? Because they also took it away from D&D.
You play a Fallen Order and you are like, oh, some big dumb nerds were sad the EU died. So the fucking Fallen Order is like, who cares about the movies? Did you guys watch Clone Wars?
Okay.
Like that's what it's about.
Okay.
It's I think I mentioned him a couple weeks in a row now, but I'm a huge fan of Mr. Fields' Twitter shit posts.
Mr. Fields,
Wild Ride.
Wild Ride, yeah.
That's not his name right now, but it's the
No.
one that I remember because it's when I started following him.
Great. It's great.
I wish I could pay
The
him to
catcher.
write my own fucking tweets for me because
Yeah.
they're much better than mine.
No, he's one of those accounts you're just like, what's this account about?
It's about shit.
Good ass tweets.
Yeah, that's it. But he pointed out that hopefully Fallen Order signifies the shift from every fucking action game has to be Batman plus franchise to at least it's Dark Souls now. Because it's a Dark Souls game.
Whoa.
You didn't know that, did you?
No.
It's Dark Souls.
That's super interesting.
It is Dark Souls and it's Metroid.
In Star Wars universe.
Yes.
And you're going through that type of gear. Are you changing your like character layout, loadout, and weapons that frequently?
You have your lightsaber.
Okay.
And it goes zoom, zoom, zoom because it's a laser sword.
You're not picking up weapons.
You're
like
learning
that.
force push, force pull, force stop, etc. And these will allow you to break down walls and explore parts of the map that you weren't able to explore before.
So Sekiro.
You'll get a double jump. It is actually...
Because your character's not changing.
It is actually way closer to Sekiro.
Okay.
But I'm going to call that Souls anyway. Yeah, it's Sekiro Souls with a much more pronounced Metroid tint to it. You hit select, and the map that comes up it looks like Metroid Prime's map
in a 3D game.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you get a fucking breakdown of the percentage explored per planet, how many chests you opened, etc. It's a little buggy. Like it feels like it could use like 1 extra month. Like not bad buggy, but like you sit down and play for a couple hours, you're gonna see 1A pose.
Okay, fuck off. How's the lightsaber play?
It's really good.
Okay.
It makes the right noise, and you slice the guy. There is.
Do you clash? Do you put up different
When you're fighting lightsaber enemies or what they're called purge troopers, which is black stormtroopers with electrified weapons?
Do they have the anti lightsaber?
Yeah.
Okay.
The noises and the
Traitor.
animations associated with it, and the parry combat is actually similar to Sekiro. It's the kind of thing where it's like, this would be good any other time, but because it's Star Wars and because laser swords are cool, you go,
Okay. What are your buttons that pertain to combat?
Square/X is melee. Triangle is heavy-ish special. Like but it requires force energy. Like it requires a resource. So it's a heavy slash or dash slash or stuff like that.
Okay.
Right trigger is force push. Right bumper is force stop. Left trigger is, I'm going to assume, force pull, but I haven't unlocked it. Left bumper is block or parry.
Okay. So full on action game.
Yeah. B or circle is dodge. A is jump.
Buttons are all combat oriented.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a fucking combat game.
Okay.
Parry a blaster bolt, goes right back to a stormtrooper and kills them. When you unlock the minor spoilers, when you unlock the double-bladed lightsaber,
Hey.
and its big gimmick is it's not nearly as good for one-on-one fights, but when 10 guys shoot at you and you just hold the button down, it reflects all of them. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you run and jump and stab and laser sword, and it's good. This is one of the shittiest Hey, Wooly, let's talk about EA and Respawn.
I don't wanna.
And advertising and trailers. This game is a Dark Souls, Sekiro-esque Metroidvania that is way longer than it looks. It's not a linear action game with 25-minute set pieces. So why is it that the only gameplay footage and trailers that came out made it look like Uncharted and not what it actually is?
Because Uncharted made a lot of money.
I don't know, man.
Has Respawn ever done anything like this?
No, not they. I don't think they've ever done a game with or Infinity Ward. The same people. I don't think they've ever done a fucking game with melee combat.
Yeah, I'm surprised hearing your description of what this plays like, because these are all words that I.
Oh, and you're like, wait, this isn't what I thought this game was
at all.
Yeah, even though you I'm sure you took a look at it and watched footage at some
Glance,
point. Yeah.
You know?
Because EA sucks. And why did they buy Respawn if they're going to do this to every single one of their games?
Because Respawn will still work hard to make a good video game.
I don't know. This feels like, when a movie producer, this is going to be a little out there, but when a movie producer greenlights a movie and then leaves the company?
Yeah.
The next guy that comes
takes
in
over,
wants to kill that fucking thing because it doesn't have his name on it.
That baby doesn't smell like mine.
Yeah, this feels like that.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like Respawn got this idea or got this deal or whatever the fuck for the Star Wars license, and then Battlefront fucking happened.
EA wants to buy companies that can succeed despite EA.
Yeah.
So
but
the best kind of purchase you can make.
It's really good. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's enjoyable.
Okay.
For bigger Star Wars nerds than me, I'm sure there's a lot here, because There's one planet I recognize. I don't recognize that other planet, but it's where Darth Maul was born.
Oh yeah,
Right, and
where his brother cone stuff.
Yeah, and apparently it was a big deal in the Star Wars Rebels or some shit. I don't know.
So you're enjoying this video game?
I'm enjoying this video game.
Are you enjoying it more than Titanfall 3?
No.
Okay.
That's not fair.
I know. Life isn't fair, is it?
It sure ain't. It sure ain't.
Fuck
but yeah,
you.
Fallen Order's legit. Okay. It's a legit good video game.
Cool.
It is nice to play something and be like, this is a full order of magnitude better than I thought it was going to be. And when I was doing it on stream, I was talking and I was struggling to think of when is the last good lightsaber action game to have come out.
The one they recently re-released. Or announced for the Switch.
So Outcast?
Yeah.
Sorry, Academy.
Yeah.
And the mental process was so pathetic because I was thinking about which was earlier, Academy or Power Battles. Because Jedi Power Battles is sick. And it was Academy in fucking 2003. That was 16 years ago. And I talked at length of like,
man, I was racking my brain and I landed.
No, I'm not counting Unleashed. Boo.
I landed on the Wii game with the Wii Motion Plus. That was all about that we had in the office.
Yeah. That
we tested. That was like, it's gonna be a lightsaber for real though.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. So the answer to your question is fucking Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
And Beat Saber.
Yeah. Beat Saber's good. All right. Some people will say Unleashed. I disagree, but Unleashed did happen. Do you want to hear something really stupid? You want to hear the worst justification for anything ever?
Mm.
So, what's the first thing that you do when you load up Jedi Outcast, Wooly?
You put on the fucking mod.
All right. Well, in Jedi Fallen Order, you don't have to. Because you're going to run for... Oh, man, it's a Rancor equivalent. And sure enough, when you kill it and you hit it with your laser sword, you slice that bitch's arm right the fuck off. You cut it in half. Sprats, take that, fuckers.
Beautiful.
But then, when you fight one of them there, stormtroopers...
Uh-oh.
They get a little orange Bernie mark on their chest. And you know why that is? It's not because of the rating.
And it's not because of the tech.
No, it's because we want to save dismemberment of human opponents for special moments, just like Star Wars does. Like when people's hands get cut off.
Hmm.
And you're like, no, it's the SRB rating. It's so you don't get a fucking default M rating.
Yeah, sure.
It's a massive disappointment. And I fucking bet if people dive deep enough, there's a set dismemberment true equal to 1 line of code somewhere that you can turn on.
Here's my thought, though, right? Think about... here's the defense, right? In any of the movies...
Yeah.
How frequently do you get to see that?
Almost never.
Right?
99% of people that get dispatched with humans that get dispatched with a lightsaber get dispatched by reflecting blaster bolts back at them.
So their defense can be, we're just matching what you
That
get.
is literally what they're saying. And I'm like, I don't believe you. Well, it's fucking cool. Just slice the stormtrooper.
Like, it definitely does not look like you're playing Berserk. you know?
Yeah.
Just with body parts like flying past you left and right.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that that's what your brain assumes would happen.
The other thing, and I don't know if it's associated with that, is that the game has an enemy balance problem in that half of the game's cast are various forms of stormtroopers, and half of the game's enemy cast are monsters, animals,
robots,
humanoid style enemies from other planets, etc.
droids.
Right. Stormtroopers, they're a fucking joke because they're stormtroopers. Everything else, holy shit. Like, I walked through like 100 stormtroopers and then saw a goat, and the goat fucking sent me to the continue screen 6 times in a row. Like, it is fucked.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you want to ever put the dismemberment test to the limits, show us what your game engine can do when you just drop a crowd of stormtroopers and put one Darth Grievous or General Grievous doing the spinny spins and just push him forward into the crowd and show us what that looks like.
I want to see it.
I want to see it. You could probably do it nowadays.
You probably do it.
We got good tech.
Just do it.
Cool. Okay. Yeah.
That's
and you know,
and Disco Elysium's the shit. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Progress point boss fight. Progress point boss
very
fight.
few boss fights.
Big connected map.
Very, very few boss fights.
Okay.
It's closer to Metroid in that sense.
Lots of isolation and silence, or lots of talking and dialogue?
I'd say it's about half-half. Okay. Enemies have a lot of dialogue. There is dialogue from stormtroopers associated with you killing all of the guys with guns, you killing all the guys that don't have guns, the last guy left, any level of health that you're at when you enter into the fight, or run from the fight, or have one guy left. Like, it's actually really impressive. And you have your little robot on your back so that you can talk to yourself. BD1.
Oh, you gotta have a cute droid.
You gotta have it's a dog. More than ever before, this one's a dog. Like, the way it animates and beeps, it's a dog on your back that shoots Estus into your ass.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Like, it literally fires out little stims that you hit, and when you do that, you can't attack or barely move, and it's like, wow, okay.
Do you talk to it?
Yeah, you talk to it.
Yeah.
You tell it it's a good droid.
Well, the moment you talk to it, it doesn't feel like a dog, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about R2 and about Chewie.
You talk to dogs?
No, but the moment they respond to you and you go like, I know.
Dogs talk back.
Oh my God. Okay. Like, there's, you know how Chewbacca had literal lines of dialogue
that they then dubbed over with the horn noses?
Yeah. Right? Like C-3PO responds to R2, like when conversation.
Yeah.
Like, like you're having the back and forth. It's like, no, that's a person.
Well, you're super wrong on this. Dogs talk. Cats talk, even.
I'm confused.
They talk to you.
Okay.
You have a dog for 5-6 years. You know what he's saying.
Okay, I'm talking about like actual like conversation points, not like an emotion and then another emotion.
Yeah. What's the difference between a droid and a dog?
Like, I feel like I don't know. I guess it feels
I love
like
looking down and seeing half the people going, Pat's finally lost his mind, and people going, oh yeah, I know what Pat's talking about.
I mean, I know what you're saying when you're just like, dog's hungry and wants to go outside, paw the door.
Sometimes dog doesn't like what you're watching on TV.
Dog wants to go for a walk or something like that, right? But like, aren't there points where like R2 or
it's like you got to fix the ship or whatever,
or Chewie?
Yeah,
it's like,
where are you going?
Yeah. Like, oh, what do you mean by that?
Yeah,
like,
dogs do that.
But what I don't.
It's been too long since you talked to a dog.
No, like, the dog is conveying the dog has the dog holds RT and has a wheel of
emotional
emotes.
Responses. Yeah,
the dog has a wheel of emotes.
That's right,
and it's communicating those with you.
Yeah,
but it's not able to form those into a fucking soapstone message.
Yeah, it is. If you're good at dog listening. You ever watch Dog Whisperer with Cesar Millan?
No.
Shit's great. That dude knows dogs.
But it's using emotes, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes the dog barks
and
you're like, oh, I know why you're mad.
Like, your dog is someone who uses the emojis on your phone to text you.
Yeah, there's a lot of emojis, Bully.
Right, but you can't actually give someone like an address, A dog can't give you. Well, it can just walk to it.
Yeah, it can.
But
See,
it can't.
you're
But
proving yourself wrong.
yes, but it can't verbally give you that.
You don't know that.
R2 and Chewie can.
Bully.
R2
Dogs
and Chewie
talk.
R2 and Chewie can beep you or growl you a phone number.
Dogs can do that.
How?
They use their paws
To hit the phone number?
yeah,
the
they
digits?
can do it. I've seen it.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Well, great. Good talk.
Good talk, yeah. You know who else talks? Dogs. Dogs can talk and rats can't swim. Remember.
I'm not saying they can't.
Yeah.
I understand the emoji wheel. They get an emoji.
You can
emote
You can
wheel.
wait. You can teach rats to drive. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you hook up. So get this, right? You hook up a rat to this little like surface with some wheels on it,
Yeah.
and then it has like three little metal nodes, little electric panels, and when it touches one, it completes the circuit,
Yeah.
and makes it either rotate left, rotate right, or move forward. Right. So they gave the rat tank controls.
Oh my god.
And then when you give the rat tank controls and it's stuck inside the little car,
Yeah.
and you put the food over there, it will 100% learn how to tank controls, rotate its way, and drive towards the food.
That's amazing.
It's incredible.
Good job, rats.
Yeah. If a rat is hungry enough, it will deal with bullshit, stupid tank controls.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
Life getting harder for no reason.
Well, you know, cars use tank controls too, right? Cars turn.
No, they don't.
No.
Cars don't use tank controls. That's a lie.
What, are you saying cars use car controls?
Tanks use tanks don't use tank controls.
Yeah, they do.
Tanks don't use tank controls.
Yeah, they do.
Tanks cannot rotate on the spot.
Yeah, they can. That's actually super wrong.
Do they lift up and
No, that's the point of treads, dude. Because they go like this. That one goes forward
you're
and one goes
super
back.
right. Yeah,
What
you're
the
right.
fuck are
No,
you
I'm
talking about?
stupid. I'm an idiot. You're totally right. One goes backwards and one goes forward.
Okay.
And then they spin.
I want to.
You're 100%
I want to give you a
right.
little golf clap for like. I said something really stupid, which was cars don't use car controls, and you fucking beat me on it with tanks don't use tank controls. Congrats.
I completely forgot about the fact that the treads go in opposite directions. And they
Yeah,
rotate
that's the
on
whole
spot.
point, man.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't, tanks could only
They just
go
go in a
forward.
straight line, of course. Yeah, I'm stupid, of course. Yeah, totally. Like, how would they ever turn? Is the answer. That's dumb. Boy.
Well, so hey, Wooly.
I've never been in a tank. I've stood on one.
Really?
Yeah.
Where'd you stand on a tank?
At ComboCon.
No, there's a tank there.
Yeah.
Cool.
I took a picture of it. Stood on a tank.
You know what kind of tank? Big one.
A decommissioned tank.
Yeah, there you go. There we go. It's like, oh man, I don't have a lot of. You ever have that moment where you're like encountering a traditional masculine or manly interest that you are just, oh boy, right? Somebody asked me, Paige asked me, we were waiting for an Uber, and she asked me what kind of car it was, and I said it was a red car. Mm-hmm. And I was like, and then as soon as the words left my mouth, I'm like, shit.
Oh, Uber's the worst. Because Uber's like, yeah, it's a fucking Ford Taurus. And I'm like,
yeah, totally. Got it.
Look for the logo.
What's the logo? Could they just put the logo there for me?
Look for the logo, because we also have to explain, in Canada,
You don't have license plates on the front of the car.
so you have to walk around to the back to verify the license plate number. So you can't just look down at it and see, oh yeah, that's my Uber. So until you get to go behind it, you're looking at the car going, I guess that color matches, and
Which it sometimes doesn't.
and it does have a Honda logo. So sure.
You ever try and get in the wrong car?
Okay, I know what a car. Yes, that's happened.
It's bad.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's really bad.
People get very weirded out by it.
Sure do, and they're right.
Yeah. Okay, it's Quebec then. It's a Quebec thing.
Okay.
I know what a Honda Accord looks like, and I know what a Civic looks like, because those are the cars that my mom owned.
Yeah.
And I know
what a 92 Ford Tempo looks like.
a Range Rover, a Pathfinder, and I know what a PT Cruiser looks like.
Yeah.
And a couple other weirdo cars.
Yeah.
But the ones that just kind of fall into the like, it's a family sedan. I'm like, I
don't know.
What do you want me to?
Is it blue?
What am I doing with that?
Is it green? I don't know.
What's the thing on the front? What's the logo on the front?
Oh.
Yeah. You ever do the walk around to the back and you're like, you have to kind of casually do it to be like...
I've done that, and the guy in the car is like turning around, going like, "Where the fuck are you going?
What
and
are
I'm
you
like,
up to?
I don't know who you are,
Yeah,
man.
like...
I don't want to just get in your car. You look kind of sketchy. I don't want to just get in your car and you not be the Uber driver.
The photo of you is very small and also looks like it was from 10 years ago.
And doesn't look like you at all.
So please understand.
And also the photo looks like a murderer. Which is a thing that happens.
Okay, well, it depends on what you consider to be a murderer.
A lot of people look like murderers. A lot. Under certain lighting conditions, I look like a murderer.
Nice save. You racist fuck. No.
Fuck you. How dare you? Everybody knows white people are the scariest murderers.
Where's the lie? Yeah.
I don't see it.
Well,
we win! Yeah! Oh, it's not a good one, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, our murders are all, like, because, like, you slighted me. And, like, they're super petty.
Yeah? Which, like...
They're super petty and direct. Like, you did some stupid shit. Like, I don't know, cut in line at fucking Popeyes.
Die. Trying
to get that sandwich. You know? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But yours are, like...
I need my dick to get hard. This is the only way it's going to happen, so, I mean, it's just going to happen. I'm sorry. What toned down version were you going to say?
Well, I know. It's just that, like, at least I know that when I'm approaching the aggro zone, that is the Popeyes chicken sandwich, that the likelihood for this to occur goes up in this type of encounter.
It's not like you're walking down the street and some guy asks you for directions and the meter's going up and you don't even know.
Like, you don't know when that boner needs to go. You can't you don't know where, like, you don't, there's no reading on that.
Depends on what city you live in. That's your only hint.
That can be.
The shittier the city you live in, the higher the likelihood that meter's going up.
Boner meter floating above the character's head.
Look at their fingernails. I don't think that's always a good use of your time, guys.
The boss music didn't play. There was no life bar appeared.
Yeah, that's the trick. It's an innate stealth ability. Appear normal while secretly having big murder boner.
Like, dialogue options appeared.
Yeah,
the A prompt floated over their head. You know, and then, like, what happened?
There's a funny corollary to that in RPGs, particularly Western RPGs. If anybody plays Obsidian and Bethesda RPGs, there's always the same quest. You go to a house a little bit out of the way, and you sit down, and everybody in there is really friendly. And you're like, "Hey, I was looking for my friend or this guy," and they're like, "Oh, we never seen him." And they open their mouth and say one word of dialogue, and your brain goes cannibals.
Okay.
And you're always right.
Right.
You're always right.
And how quickly can you start swinging between the, like, as long as this dialogue is going on? Can you cancel out of it and just start swinging?
Very quickly.
Yeah. So there you go.
I think I wanted to say something else, but I fucking forget, so I'll just say it later.
All right.
I remember.
That's fine. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up?
Well, if you're laser focused on your work, school, studying, whatever's going on, other. Let's be real. You might need to treat yourself to some good ass food. And this is where DoorDash comes in with your favorite restaurants. You're not going to pack a lunch anymore. Who's doing that? Your parents packing you a lunch? What is that?
It's old-fashioned. It's weird.
Brown paper bag? What are we doing here? Putting your food in the fridge and having someone steal it? That sucks.
Literally one of the worst human emotions.
I mean, the evil of the person doing it. You know, like they never get their comeuppance, and then the world is left a little bit more unjust. And you're just never satisfied. Whatever the replacement meal you get is after your food has been stolen.
No, come on.
Never. It tastes less good.
Yeah.
Because of the spite and hate within you. Don't put up with that. Just get the good food straight to you right away, right at your address.
Eat it when it shows up. Nom, 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 nom. No one can steal it.
Straight from your favorite restaurants. It's easy. Just open up the DoorDash app, choose what you want to eat. Your food will be brought to you wherever you are. It's not only got that favorite pizza joint, it's got over... Oh, this number went up.
Really?
It's got over 340,000 restaurants.
Wasn't it 300 a couple weeks
ago? There
ago?
Was more. It went up.
Because 40K is not
number.
Like a... That's not like a, oh yeah, we added a couple extra Wendy's from that two towns over.
I think one of those digits ticked up on that one. And in over 3,300 cities, excuse me. So yeah, guess what? You're probably going to find your favorites amongst that list.
Seems likely.
Yeah. Door-to-door delivery in all 50 states and Canada. So order from your local go-tos and hit up one of all your favorite spots. You got your Chipotles and your Wendy's and your Cheesecake Factories and all your good stuff. So don't worry about dinner. Let dinner come to you with DoorDash. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter promo code CASTLE. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app from the App Store and enter the promo code CASTLE. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Don't forget, it's promo code CASTLE for $5 off your first order from DoorDash. Next, the podcast is sponsored by...
Yes.
Away.
Oh, I know them.
Yeah.
They're luggage company.
I've been doing a lot of traveling.
You have. You did a traveling... When did you get back, anyway?
I got back late on Monday night.
Okay.
And I will just show you, plugged into my phone.
Holy shit.
Right now is my Away battery charger, because this thing is just the lifeblood of my travel. This has become absolutely mandatory everywhere I go. And the best thing about it is that when when I don't need it on me, or I don't need to have it like in my pocket or anything, I can just clip it into the suitcase that Away provides, which is also the best fucking traveling suitcase, period. Like, it's amazing. So, as someone who's had to use it a bunch, you know, it's got the space compressor in it. It's got the travel laundry bag, so you can take all your dirty clothes over the course of the weekend or however long you're traveling. Put them in a separate bag that zips up and keeps it out of the way.
Seal your stink.
Seal your stink. Right? Get the fucking... Put your palm on it. Get a nice sigil going. You know? Seal it away for later. Wait for the TSA to open that shit up. Have them find a nice tasty gift. It smells like freedom. You get the sturdiness of the case, and of course, like a lock, the wheels, everything on it. Just a really good traveling case that has fit into every carry-on that I've encountered, enclosure on the planes. So, yeah, man, it's a solid ass suitcase. So they've got Away has a ton of range on the suitcases available. They've got different materials like polycarbonate, aluminum, durable nylon, a variety of colors.
Nylon can be durable?
Nylon can be durable.
Huh.
A variety of colors and 2 carry-on sizes. So whatever you need to pack, wherever you're going, Away luggage has something that works for you. So right now, you can check out an Away suitcase. Here we go. Excuse me. For $20 off any Away suitcase or bag, visit awaytravel.com/beast and use promo code BEAST during checkout. Again, that's $20 off any suitcase or bag by visiting awaytravel.com/beast and using promo code BEAST during checkout. Yeah. They got they're got all the TSA approved, by the way, combination locks and things that you need. So you're good to go. Highly recommended. Thank you very much, Away. I will continue to use you and make my vacations painless.
Thank you, Away.
Legit. Super legit. Last but not least, the podcast is sponsored by Columbia College.
Hey, Columbia, what up, man?
And the Truition system. So with Truition at Columbia College, education is one low price. No fees, no book costs, no surprises. Don't play games with getting your education. Truition lets you budget for the true cost of college. They've eliminated all fees from the application to graduation. They provide e-textbooks at no charge, which, boy, I could have used a couple of those back in my day, quite frankly. With e-texts, you can highlight important sections and add personal notes to the material. You can also convert e-text to audiobooks so you can listen to content on the go. Truition is for all undergraduate and graduate students taking classes online or in the evening at any of their 30-plus locations. Columbia College was founded in 1851 and has been blah blah blah. Excuse me, words. Stumble.
Oh, good. Yes. Yes.
Founded in 1851 and has been accredited for more than 100 years. 8-week classes are held year-round so you can earn a degree quickly. And their mission is to improve lives by making college affordable. That's the truth. That's Truition. You can apply today at mytruition.com/superbeast. That's mytruition.com/superbeast. Thank you, Columbia College.
Thanks, Columbia College.
Okay.
I remember what I wanted to ask you. So, apparently, there's this new fighting game coming out in the future called Guilty Gear or some shit. And it looks really good.
Guilty Gear Strive.
Looks really good. And when I was watching match footage of it, here and there was some bad quality match footage people were uploading. Luckily, there's 25-ish minutes of high-quality match footage on some channel called Woolly Versus that I was watching earlier today. And I was like, boy, fuck, this looks sick. And I was like, man, I really want to play fighting games. And then I'm like, shit, I'm bad at all the fighting games that are out right now. And none of them are new. I feel fucked. Like, no matter what I do or pick up, I will enter into the arena, become fucked, and be sad. What do you actually do in that position?
Well, I mean, right, it's the way I feel when I'm not playing like the games that you did put your time into. So the way you feel about that is like, yeah, I did not put the time into Warframe. I did not,
there's a million.
Get into like any of the things that you did.
Yeah.
So it's just the flip side of where you put your time.
The difference is that those games don't have a other person that beats you mercilessly and makes you feel like a tiny baby man.
I guess it depends which one, but in most cases,
yeah,
right.
It's just like, yeah, it was like, oh, I'd like to fuck around in Exerd, right?
Well,
and I'm like, if I go and hop online in Exerd right now, I am going to get shit stomped.
Well, I mean, it is, but it's still, if you like the game and you like the character, and you've gone into training mode and felt out a couple of combos and kind of just practice them a little bit, see how you feel about that stuff. It's still the place to go. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that might happen, but it might not happen, right?
I suppose more...
And I don't want to immediately be like, hey, come out to locals. Like, that doesn't have to be the qualifier, But it's like, yeah, the answer is, like, just play it.
So...
Lab your character, right? Whatever you lost to, like, try to go back to the training mode, pick the person who beat you, and do the thing they did, and then see where the answer is.
So this is the part where it kind of breaks down, and it's a larger question than fighting games, because I feel like I've seen the sentiment often with pretty much every shooter that comes out. And it is, when I was younger, I would just play a game a couple nights a week and never did lab time or anything like that. I would just play it enough. And it was just this natural fun thing and whatnot. And now it's like, I'm trapped in a scrub. I am in a scrub trap. Which is like, I just want to play matches.
Yeah.
But the longer a game comes out, the less bads there are for me to play matches against.
Okay, so two things can help you.
The scrub vortex. Thank you, Ericon.
Two things can be good here in a way that is like, it's not necessarily about like long-term solidity and improvement or whatever. It's just like you just want to play this game that you like and have fun with it, right?
Pretty much.
So here's what you should do. If you don't want to have to do, if you're trying to avoid a time sink, if you don't want me to say something such as like, go spend the time,
that one has its own little caveat, which is like, I could spend some time, but unless I spend a certain amount of time, there's only so much that you improve. Okay,
so here's the other fastest thing you can do. One, you can go to player match instead of ranked match, right?
See, I always felt that is like a good way to just get fucked by killers extra hard.
Not necessarily at all. In fact, in my experience, when you go to player match, it's people that are having the same problem you just described that kind of are like, okay, people on ranked are trying to get their name up higher on the list. Player match is people like actually just trying to have fun or use a character they're not familiar with, right? So if you're trying to just get hours in to feel or time in on a character, or just kind of play more casually, that's where you'd go to player match, right? It's actually what you're looking for, right? People are going to be way more concentrated on the ranked mode. The concentration of top players is going to be higher on the ranked system that proves how good you are with a number than they are on the mode that doesn't show anything, right? And then the second thing I would recommend, and again, this is just for like time savers,
right,
is go play one of those matches, right?
Right.
And then whatever it was, again, just play the one set, play the 2 out of 3, you know, immediately, right? Jump on YouTube and type in the names of those characters fighting each other and find the match upload of some really good versions of those players fighting and just look at what that person's doing.
So I have become so out of practice with fighting games that I feel silly because you're telling me things that I already knew and forgot.
Who do you like in Guilty Gear? Potemkin?
Potemkin.
Okay, go online and look up...
What do Potemkin players do? And I don't mean...
Go look up, literally, keeponrock.in is a website.
Seriously?
Yes.
That's fucking hilarious.
It's beautiful. Right? And that is a site that is an archive of tournament footage of Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
Where you pick the 2 characters you want to see fighting each other, and then it'll show you a list.
You know what's silly? I used to do this whole process a lot for Virtua Fighter, but I never mentally applied it to everything else because for whatever reason, when I played Virtua Fighter, I don't know if it's because of the way the systems work, it felt really natural and intuitive because I would watch wolf matches because of fucking course I would watch wolf matches.
Yeah.
And I would notice like, you know what top wolf players really like? That fucking knee. That hit forward and kick knee.
You see it a lot.
That thing's the shit.
Yeah.
And I went, okay, maybe I'll use the knee a little bit more.
So the website I'm describing is just an easier way of like clicking these characters together, but you can just YouTube this, right?
Yeah.
You can just go into YouTube and type Potemkin versus whoever you were fighting, and see like what the like whether like if you want a good example, you can go like type in the word Grand Finals, right, or type in the word Top 8.
Yeah, I've done this,
right, and then you'll find some probably high quality matches of that character. In Potemkin's case, FAB is one of the best players that you'd probably find popping up a lot. But keep on rocking and or YouTube, and then you just look at that video of the character doing the thing and then just copy it.
And here's question 2, which I hope will lead into your week. You've played that new Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
it looks pretty okay. If I wanted to play a game to loosen up my joints, as it were, for the new Guilty Gear, is the obvious dumbass answer to just go play Xrd? Or is there anything else that is a path there? Because I was watching Max's video on it, and he says that Strive feels like SF5 and Guilty Gear Xrd had a baby.
That's his analogy,
which I thought was fascinating.
I threw an analogy out in my technical discussion video that I released earlier this morning, where I said that this is like the jump from Alpha 3 to New Generation.
New Generation's bad.
Yeah, it wasn't. Right.
I don't.
But the reason why I thought the analogy worked was because Alpha 3 was crazy wacky.
It's drowning
super wild air combo game at first, right? And then you get to another game where it's like, this is as gorgeous as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And it introduces the idea of the parry, right?
Yeah.
And this is like something that's going to need some touch-ups, but the idea is here. And this is the early demo build, right? And I'm hoping that the next time we see it, before release, it'll be at that second impact state.
Yeah, there's a lot of... I watched all the footage you put up, and when they are talking about this is early, like, that UI is fucking terrible right now. It's bad. It's early.
So it really feels like that UI is built to address a bullet list of things they want to communicate to the player, and not at all flavored with Heavy Metal or Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that that's super temporary, which they said, you know what, the whole thing can change. They did say this, right? And but that analogy is it's mainly based on the idea that it's like, in this demo build, I think it's like the ideas they're trying to communicate are there, and they're going to need some fine tuning, and hopefully by release we get to that third strike.
So now, obviously, there's an hour and a half of you and Reggie gabbing about the new Guilty Gear over on
Woolly Versus in a very technical manner. We use a lot of jargon, and it's for people that are familiar with Guilty Gear.
So let's fucking cut that down a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, is this game good?
I like it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. This is better if you ask me questions almost. Because,
all right.
Because I did say, I'm like, that's the really technical discussion that goes into things that a lot of people, including myself and Reggie, were worried about.
Oh, hey, Max.
Oh, cool. And
you say fighting games, and Max appears.
yeah. So a lot of what I talked about in that video is going into the nitty gritty of why I kind of feel they made certain decisions, right? And something interesting that kind of came up was that I was at Arc Revo this weekend, right?
Yes.
So went out there, really good time.
Where's that at? LA?
That was in LA.
Yeah.
And had really it was a really cool event, a tournament world finals for a lot of anime games. Shout outs to Zotbuster, very cool with that, and Granblue Versus was there. I got some time in on that and participated in that stream. And yes, I also got to sit down, talk with Daisuke, and I got
the first time I've ever seen what he looks like.
And
it's not what I expected.
He used to have long hair.
See, that's what I expected.
Used to look way more rock star.
Yeah,
he's kind of,
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, very nice man. And we talked about a lot of things, and I got an interview, which is also going to go up on Woolly Versus in short order. But the gist of it was just trying to figure out his design philosophies and like why he was making the changes to Guilty Gear that he was, and then going back to the game and then kind of like trying a lot of that stuff out. So the thing that happened was, over the course of the weekend, we got a feel for it on day one, and then day two we started recording some footage, and that's the footage you saw.
Yeah, I noticed, because I'm watching the footage. I'm like, there's no fucking way this is you sitting down for the game for the first time. There's no, like, stuff is happening in that footage.
Stuff is happening in that footage, but that stuff to me is still like nowhere. It's still super
totally
dumb and mistakey and full of like garbage, like reads and dropped combos, right?
But it's still like there's no way. This is hours in.
And then the state that we walked out of that room in is because way after that, like after we recorded, We sat down and it sat me, Reggie, and Octo just sat down and started like labbing, right? And as we labbed, we found some crazy shit that no one had found or reported on up to that point, right? And by this time, everyone had left.
Yeah.
Right? The room literally cleared out. Anyone who was recording or taking
We got our
notes,
footage. Let's get out of here.
Everyone who did anything up to that point was gone, and it was just us, right? And then literally to the point where when they announced the name of the game and Faust on stream, like we heard the crowd screaming, right? And we watched
for this.
and we were watching the stream. There was a stream TV in the room, but like that was cool. But we were just in there because we discovered some amazing, crazy shit that was like, we talk about it more in the video, but like the dust button and how that is going to be so key.
It's very different. Even I saw that.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the key that this whole game is built around.
So
right,
I'm gonna ask you a couple general questions.
Yeah, just I want to keep this super surface.
Some of which I kind of already know the answers to, but I want to get them out there.
Yeah,
Guilty Gear is a fucking, particularly Exerd, I feel, anime is shit in terms of fighting. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of fucking nonsense flying around.
It's beautiful.
I'm just talking about like visual. It's like a one fighter Marvel. Almost.
Okay, on a visual level.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of fucking shit. There's a million fucking mechanics.
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that this is anime toned down a couple notches to be more grounded, more OG?
It definitely, you can compare it to OG games because combos are much shorter and damage is high. Mm-hmm. So that the first thing you think of with that is like Street Fighter 2. Yeah. Right? It does also take away the Gatling system that was in the previous games, which is like
your
the ability the dial combo, the ability to go from your lightest attacks all the way down the list to your heaviest attacks, and then into your specials and supers, right? Yeah. Like in this case, you're kind of going more for one or two buttons into themselves and then into like a special move. Right?
We got a quote from Mr. Maximilian. Dude says SF5 times Guilty Gear might be a bad impression for some, and I could understand that, but also might be a very good impression for others, and that he'd say that it felt most like XX. Which, do you agree with that?
Well, so I think I would say that the older games still feel like crazy lightning fast and like have these moments of like almost like knockdowns are so quick. You're back into the thick of things really quickly. This game still has a putting you back to neutral thing that the others didn't do. That the fact that you return to neutral, which is again, it just means that you're going to be standing up and facing each other and able to play more than you could in the past.
So who likes footsies in their anime games?
So to put this in a really basic way, if you back in the days when you threw somebody out of the air, you did an air grab, you would throw them and then like you'd land and then try to do something, or they'd flip out of it or something like that would happen. But here you throw them and then they just kind of almost land on their feet. They take damage, but they almost land on their feet.
Yeah, it's automatic now, right?
And then you just kind of you just kind of go back to fighting, right?
Damage does seem fucking stupid high.
So the baby with Street Fighter, the reason why that works in his analogy is because of the fact that counter hits are the most important thing now.
Boy, so I'm watching the footage. You hit a counter, there's a fucking zoom in, and because it was a joke in like Persona 4 Arena where like a tiny little counter thing would come up. The whole screen explodes with the word counter, and it zooms in and it slows down.
It's pretty extreme, and I'm also hoping some of those font decisions might get touched up before the final, which I believe they will. But excuse me. But yeah, it's a massive thing trying to tell you this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Right. And that's similar to Crush Counter in Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, but just times 10, really.
Right. And then you get something big off of that. That's nothing, though, because the biggest deal is counter hit with dust. When you do a counter hit with dust, you get the big air combos from the old games that you used to get, but also the game returns to feeling like the old game in that moment.
Oh, really?
When you're in the air, you get your Gatling back, so you can now combo all of your buttons into each other like the way you used to. You can do a couple of buttons and then jump and then do another couple of buttons.
Right. That's the I know it's not from that, but the game that I actually did that the first was Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah.
And then you end it with a heavy button, and that heavy button does a system-wide universal like smackdown, and they'll do something that looks like one of their special moves, but it's actually just like a baked-in finisher.
Oh, okay.
And that thing does so much damage that literally you can do 40% to 60% damage for landing this on somebody.
Off of one good counter.
Off of one good counter, right? So now it becomes about building your whole game plan around this with intention, you know?
Yeah, Max was saying that, like, in addition to stuff like that, that you're drowning in meter. You just have tons of meter all the time.
So this is the other big part of that big video that we go into heavy detail on. But to just cut to the chase on it, the only way to so that's the crazy thing is like you don't want to get touched, because if Potemkin launches you, he doesn't have to spend any bar. He can do that air combo to you and take 60% of your life off. Right.
Okay.
Soul does like 50, Kai does 40, for example. Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's something called the risk gauge, which is the amount of times you can block.
Oh, really?
Right. It's a guard meter. Right.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
That was in old games too.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even see the bar on the screen for it.
Because he wanted it to be like almost not noticeable.
Oh, all right.
Which I disagree with this design decision. He said this is an important mechanic, but I don't want people to be staring at it all the time, and and he doesn't want new players to feel scared away from there being too many bars on screen.
I think that's a super crazy thing to say.
I think that's I think that's a decision that I'm like that. But this is an important mechanic, right? Like, don't underestimate that people will, pay attention to it and give it its importance. But at the moment, it's hidden. It's a line of color around the portrait.
That's what that is?
Yes.
Dude, that's like I watched the footage of your matches on the phone. I can't see it on my phone. Like, it's invisible.
The other thing I like a lot, yes, Max just said it, and it is true. The other thing that I agree with is that he said, like, Exerd with half of its mechanics is still full of crazy shit.
Still twice as many mechanics as your average fighter.
That's very important to point out, because even with stuff cut here, there's still a lot, and so so that's one thing I was like, I don't know about that one. That's a weird one. But he did also say that, like, it's not that this is not about simplification or that the depth is gone. It's that it's in a different place.
Okay.
Right. It might be in different places. So that guard meter I'm talking about, the risk quote unquote system, is the most important thing. Right?
Okay.
Because, like I said, you get counter hit with the launcher button, and then you lose half your life. Therefore, that's what you should be afraid of the whole time.
Right.
When that guard meter goes all the way up to the maximum, anything that touches you becomes a counter hit.
Okay. It's not a guard break. It's worse. It's you are giving them a touch of death by guarding too much.
And anything that combos in that moment does extra damage.
Oh, jeez.
So the 60% I talked about becomes 75. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means now my goal is to get you into this launched state.
Yeah.
And I also want to force your risk meter to go up to the maximum. Mm-hmm. And like, what's the best way to do that? Forcing you to block a lot.
I hope everybody likes block strings.
Okay, but here's what's up, though.
All right.
What did we begin the conversation
No Gatling
with?
System, so block strings are not free.
No. You can't do big, long block strings like that anymore unless you have meter.
Which, okay.
Because you could then use some of your super meter to basically like cancel the push out. Mm-hmm. So as you're doing a couple of buttons, the guy gets pushed away from you, and then and when you push him out all the way, you could spend the meter to do a cancel. And like the new system, I'm calling it Drift RC, because that's what it looks like. You literally are like not just canceling your attack animation, your character is drifting forward, like almost like in the stopped time.
Yeah.
right? Like you're seeing a blue after shadow as you hold forward or back, and in the air you can do up or down as well. And you slide in time forward and then resume your action.
Mm-hmm.
So if I push you out,
FADCs from SF4 on crack.
oh, exactly, right? So in theory, right, Potemkin has a new punch that builds about 30% of your block stun.
That's a lot,
right? Your risk meter, right?
Sure, yeah.
So if you were to do a combo and then do that and then they block it, that's 30%. You spend some of your bar to then drift Roman cancel
and just do it
forward
again.
and do it again. And if you have more bar, you do it a third time, and the next thing that touches them is 75%
Don't get
of their
touched.
life.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So all of that, I'm trying to explain that as, do you follow? Like, I don't know if that
Don't
got
get
too,
caught stuck in the corner blocking everything because you're going to die.
I don't know if that went too
No, I get
in depth,
it.
but I tried to keep it pretty general. But so what you're kind of doing is you're more or less kind of like pressuring somebody as long as you have super meter, and then you're making them afraid of getting touched, right? And they can then do things to get out of it.
That's,
But it's essentially like, do you remember when Gray Life showed up in Street Fighter?
Yeah.
Right? So you could do like when you did like a focus attack in Street Fighter 4, it would take some life that wasn't real damage.
Yeah, but if you got hit again,
then it would become real damage.
Yeah.
But if you waited long enough, it would heal back, right? That's kind of like this.
it's interesting
Or
because
Killer Instinct.
it's like, too aggressive, too loose, get counter hit to death. Too defensive, get fucking blown up.
Yeah.
On one mix-up, essentially.
So all of the crazy stuff that we're seeing, where we saw Soul do a grab that did like a crazy amount of damage.
What's up with that? His wild throw does like 50%.
It's nonsense. It's so crazy, right?
I saw Potemkin do 70% to Chip off one Potemkin buster.
Chip melts to everything, but Chip dies very quickly because he has lower health than other characters.
I thought it was because he had lower guts.
Well, that's yes.
Fucking
But I'm trying to.
I know. You know what I mean? Being shit.
Yeah, he has lower guts, exactly. But effectively, don't worry about that. Let's just keep it surface. He's got lower life, right? And yeah, so there's these moments of like, oh my god, what happened to the life bar? But none of those compare to this thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right. So, and what this thing does so much damage that again it becomes your game plan, and that reminds me of Samurai Showdown, where Samurai Showdown has the Isen, it's the lightning blade thing,
Right.
where it's that attack you see in Samurai Showdown if you've ever watched footage, where someone suddenly flies across the screen and then does one like Ninja Gaiden style, like I put my sword away, and then you just go boom, and then your life bar just goes to like 10%, or dies. It almost takes your whole life. It's one of those style things, right? There's a way for you to dive insanely quickly if you fuck up badly, So this is where the game is going, and we discovered this and scratched the surface of it at the end of the night on the second day.
That's a bummer.
And when we found it, like we were freaking out and trying to find new ways to do things and trying to like experiment with it. And at one point we turned around and saw like the Arxis guy just standing there with his hands crossed, smiling.
Yeah.
Just like they found it.
Yeah.
Because they were not telling people about a lot of that stuff. Even the drift thing I'm talking about, the drift RC, the drift Roman cancel, was not explained to people. It's just like there's secrets about Roman cancel. Figure them out, Anyway, like that discovery cracked a lot of this puzzle open to me and to Reggie and to Octo, and we just kind of walked out of there trying to go like, what does this mean for the game, for the rest of the characters, for the cast? Like, what's the plan? And it's just like, it makes the whole thing like your goal is to punch the other guy and make his life go down,
as is always the case,
but you have a secondary goal that's going to be always present in your game plan.
Yeah.
And it's going to be trying to get that launcher on them.
Yeah.
Right? And the way the game makes you feel like you're doing the cool thing is by when you successfully land that, or when you knock them through the wall, which is another thing.
Which is really cool looking.
It moves you from one stage to a second stage. So every stage is actually like 3 different areas, and you can knock them from one to the other. And like it's like, yo, you beat their ass to the second area. Like, you're doing the right thing. Injustice did it. Dragon Ball did it.
Yeah, but the way Injustice did it, it was just a thing you would do near the corner.
Right. In this case, it's a thing you do near the corner, or you can launch them there. But the point is that, like, you
gotta beat their ass.
You have to beat their ass into it. Yeah. The corner is a very in-depth discussion that I also like. We go into that video and we break it down. So, I don't want to like spend too much time here on it, but the short version of it is that, like, something in fighting games used to be that, like, you always would, if you get stuck in the corner, you can't get out. Like, if someone's really good at just like being like, fuck you can't jump over me, right?
Yeah, there are situations it's like, oh, I'm in the corner, guess I'll just die.
Now here's the thing, right? If you're a really good player and you're fighting another really good player, that's awesome, because it means you lost the battle for space, and then you got your back against the wall, literally, and I should be able to capitalize on that, right? But if you're a beginner fighting someone who is really, really good, you're just like, I guess I'll die, right? Yeah. So the compromise that Daisuke tried to go for here was, if you beat someone up in the corner long enough, right, you will have a moment where you can choose to finish that combo and punch them out of the corner, and they'll get back to the new stage in the middle. So they're not cornered anymore, but you got damage out of punching them to the next stage.
Also, you got a visual reward.
And you get a visual reward, and you get more super meter.
Right.
Which, as we established earlier, makes it way easier to kill the person.
Right.
Right. But you don't have to do that. If you don't want to punch them through the stage, you can actually just let them fall down from the wall, and then
keep them in a corner.
Keep them pressured by doing something as soon as they're able to play again.
Which means they have a chance to get out.
Yes. So you choose
That's pretty good. I like that.
You choose between maintaining your place in the corner or allowing them to get out, but you get a big buff.
Do you want an American combo or a Canadian combo?
Yeah. Again, I don't want to go too much in more depth.
I know.
That,
I just love that term so much.
Yeah. Canadian resets is the
look at that
one. So yeah, on a visual level, there's nothing out there.
It's probably the best looking game. Like, I think Death Stranding's probably the best looking, like, photorealistic style game. But in general, I would say that this game looks the best of anything I can think of.
Yeah,
right
now. I'm gonna like fucking spoil my own whatever, my own lead,
your own content
on the interview, right? But when talking about, like, what's up with the visuals, yo, right? Daisuke was like, hey, but in short, he just kind of went like, yeah, you know how Exerd came out and crushed it?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. And it's like, well, Dragon Ball came out after that and crushed it even harder.
Yeah.
And then Granblue's continuing to do that.
Granblue's in between. And it's really cool.
And both of those games are like the natural evolution of the Exerd look, which is like, yeah, we got that art style down, right? We've picked an anime art style, and we wanted it to look 2D, and we fucking nailed it, right? Where else do we go from here? And he's like, well, Guilty Gear Strive, we started saying, let's look at movies, and let's go for the feeling that films give you. And so that's what they wanted to put into it. And so that's why you see those character intros where they're doing the stare down.
Yeah.
You're seeing the aspect ratio cut, like they're going for cinematic feelings, which is a bad word when we talk about, like...
No, but I get it. It's the move from something like Ippo in terms or like an anime, like a proper anime fighter, to like Redline.
Yeah, where exactly you take it to the next level, because there's just so much more that your team is capable of now, right? They've figured out how to do this better than anyone in the industry, so we're going to blow you away.
It's kind of nuts
with visuals,
because like usually when there's a new type of graphical style or whatever, somebody comes out and crushes it, and there's like a couple imitators, and you're like, oh, that's a cool take on, like, when cell shading came out, right?
Yes,
that's a cool take on cell shading, Nintendo. And then Zone of the Enders did kind of like a half cell shading. ArcSys is doing all of them by themselves. They're the ones who put out another game and another game and another game that was a variation of this style, different variation of this. Like Granblue has a really specific look that I think looks fucking gorgeous, and it's not like the look that Dragon Ball has.
ArcSys is basically out here becoming the new foundation for fighting games. They're taking the mantle if they can get that rollback netcode into their game. It is a ghost belt that automatically appears on their waist the moment they confirm GGPO.
It's not going to have GGPO, is it?
It's all possible.
Okay, that's a weird statement because I remember Capcom. Granted, Capcom is not ArcSys, which is weird. This is weird. It's weird talking about this like Capcom isn't the winner by default. Anyway, where they were like, "We're thinking about it,"
and then they did it, but then they did it badly.
Yeah, and we're thinking about it. And then they did it, and I was like, "This isn't what we wanted."
It's rollback, but it's badly implemented rollback. So this is why we get these weird jump arounds.
Yeah,
jump arounds, jump up and get down. ArcSys to add, like, so again, I asked him in the interview, of course, and it's the answer that, like, hey, it's the one they gave their form before where they're like, we're talking about it internally, right?
Yeah.
But it's more than that, because he's like, actually, it's not just that we're talking about it internally. Like, the programmers are looking into it, we're having the discussions, but this is not just for this game. We're having a ArcSys wide look at the implementation of this into everything, into multiple projects, right? So it's a bigger talk. So it takes longer because it is an infrastructure reset. But nothing further till the results of those conversations happen.
This is the one thing that is, I'm in this weird place where it's like, man, I really want a fighting game that I can sink into like I used to back in the old days. I miss it. I really do. But then I look at, well, the Cannons and Killian, they're making that League of Legends thing. And Guilty Gear is making Guilty Gear. Sorry, ArcSys. And it's like, boy, I would much rather it to be Guilty Gear to be the pinnacle of all fighting games.
Yeah.
But you know that Cannon Brothers fighting game, well, it better have the best online in any fighting game of all time.
It is.
They invented the fucking concept.
It is not even a question. It is just a matter of time.
So it's like, I really don't want to have a situation where there's the game that I really love that has worse online than the game that I like, but that isn't as good in my mind or whatever.
You know what
that has the flawless local feeling shit forever.
You know what the game with good online is right now?
What's that?
Mortal Kombat.
Are you fucking for real?
Dead serious.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm genuinely fucking shocked. What are you talking about?
Dead serious. It's the one that right now that people are like, yeah, they got it.
What is it using?
I'm pretty sure it's using its rollback, and it's doing a lot of
Mortal Kombat's using rollback,
and it's doing a lot of things to help you out, like literally like giving you the option to see a Wi-Fi player and immediately just not match with them.
Oh yeah, man! Get out of here!
Like right now, they're actually the ones that people are like, yeah, they get it, right? And so it's just like, here we go, continuing the trend. A Western fighting game gets it.
So here's the thing, right? That I'm thinking, because GGPO, maybe this is the wrong sentiment. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've talked to other people and they feel this way. So it's a common wrong. I feel like GGPO has existed as like this fringe, like it reminds me of that dude at the conference who goes, "When's Linux support?" Right? It's like, yeah, no, that's a really cool implementation and it's incredibly useful, but it just doesn't get used all that often. Skullgirls has it, I believe, and Third Strike Online Edition had it, and what have you. Yep. And it's great when it's great.
Yep.
And it's just, but none of the big boys use it.
Yep.
And Mortal Kombat,
because it requires you to build your game in such a way that you have it planned for from day one.
But one of the reasons I always assumed is that since it's so much extra work to make it good, essentially, since none of the other big boys are using it, it's not quite as important that we use it because we'll still be better than those guys. But now Mortal Kombat's a big boy. Mortal Kombat's a real-ass fighting. I really don't like, I want to be really clear, I really don't like the new Mortal Kombat. I don't like it at all. But it's a big fucking deal and a shit ton of people play it. So the fact that it has Ace's netcode, you're telling me, is a big deal to Capcom, to Arxis, to everybody else.
Yeah.
It should be anyway.
So we're now I mean, I've said this a bunch of times to people, so I'm just blue in the face with it. It's a dead horse a little bit, but like we're now in an era of like games with quality of life improvements to all the little things have been out for a while, right?
When Skullgirls come out?
Oh God. You know what I mean?
When did KI come out?
It's just the longer we go with new, big, expensive, shiny productions that ignore some of these basic little things that we've already figured out, the more embarrassing it gets, right? Because suddenly the whole tap your stick buttons to input your button config thing goes from being like a mild frustration to a what the fuck are they doing? I haven't done this in years.
Yeah.
You know? When you're scrolling to go
especially
left
with the
or
way
right.
people migrate from fighting to fighting game, you go from the fighting game that had it to the fighting game that doesn't. You're like, why?
And it just bothers you every time, you know? Not having a rematch option in the first Persona there and things like
that was the worst one ever.
There's just these insane little things, you know?
That defied fucking belief.
Like, if, you know, no matter what you feel about Neo, right? If you play Neo for a while and then go back to other Souls-likes, you're gonna feel a lack of quality of life.
Yeah.
Because nothing has polished it up as much as Neo has, you know? And
I don't think Neo's nearly as good as Dark Souls, but it has all those things. So I go,
And as we go further in time, these things like improve upon themselves and get better and better, and your thing is still old and busted, and like the rest of the game is glorious, but holy fuck, guys, right? Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds a little bit, but
the important, like the thing that we're talking about, which is like online has become a de facto way of life to the average fighting game person.
Yeah.
So it should be a priority.
Yeah. So, you know,
there'd be a lot more strong ass players if online was almost as good as local.
Well, like other genres.
Yeah.
Where you can just hit the internet button
and have a good match.
Not even think about it, you know? Anyway, but ultimately, yeah, I mean...
So it's bad. New Guilty Gear's gonna suck.
Any other questions? Because, like... Right now, like, I think...
The only other thing I really want to say
enough to touch it.
is Faust. I like his redesign a lot.
Faust looks like a zombie man now.
He's wearing scrubs.
He's wearing scrubs. He's like a doctor.
And it's like, okay, that's fine.
He's a horror character.
He's also evil looking.
Oh, that intro looked really evil.
Which he hasn't been in a while.
Dr. Baldhead is fucked up.
Yeah. But it's like, are we going back to Faust being evil? I think that's okay.
Might be. It might be. If we can also touch on for a minute, I believe it's Naoki Hashimoto on the vocals of these tracks, Bullshit Blazing, Smell of the Game, right? The feeling and hearing the crowd singing along to it was super cool.
So,
love that moment, love that kind of stuff. And then hearing the other songs as well. Like, I thought that was the Smell of the Game was going to be it, but I found myself singing Society over and over. Just Society. It's so good.
So,
you know?
I think I know why I had such an incredibly negative reaction to Smell of the Game. It's metal. It's late 90s metal. It's grungy. They're good songs, but they are done in the same kind of metal style that Saint Anger was.
Okay.
The singer totally sounds like James Hetfield on the Saint Anger album.
Huh.
And my fucking Saint Anger based musical PTSD kicks the fuck in every time I hear "Smell of new game." I'm like,
Well,
fuck.
Well, he's a musician going back to like the 80s.
Yeah.
And did you know what his band's name was?
Of course I don't. Tell me.
Outrage.
Oh my god. Is this a fucking Guilty Gear band?
Other way around.
Oh man! That's sick!
Confirmed from the man himself. So, fun stuff.
Fucking JoJo-esque with this music shit.
Get your lore if you're into the Guilty Gear lore.
Oh man,
Everybody,
I gotta read up. I've missed a couple.
Yo, you need to go check out the backyard.
Oh, shut up about the backyard.
Anyway, so that's it, man. Like things are polished to a mirror sheen audio visually. Gameplay has some things that are philosophically super interesting, and in execution, like I'm like, okay, I'm seeing the idea here, right? And then there's just the part where you're like, yo, you just touch it and you're like, I'm having fun. I'm having fun, right? But the stuff that like definitely some people are looking for that are just like, yo, but Exerd brought in like a ton of ways to express yourself creatively using the massive amount of tools, character unique systems, and movement options. Like, it's just like porn for someone who likes to get technical, and like 100% those those concerns are warranted.
Yeah.
You know? And people that are like in love with those aspects are definitely going to be like not certainly on board. They're not for sure going to be on board with the new version of them, right? Because, and the thing is that but there's a chance they might, because the new version has put the depth, like he said, like it's put it in other places. It's not removed. It's just, it's relocated, and there's other aspects to it because they wanted to make you play the game more often, right? The analogy I use in the video at one point is like, I feel like Daisuke was watching a match of Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah.
He saw adult Gohan put someone in the corner, and he saw Goichi just do the fucking lightning leg kicks for like a year, and he went, oh my god, no, none of this, none of that. And then just designed a philosophy around not being that, right? So now it's like every time someone is forced to block, they're blocking for much shorter periods of time, but the thing that you get from that short period of time is like the reward for making them block is good.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like we don't need to stare at you for 10 seconds or 20 seconds before you get some sort of reward. I can get it really quickly, right? But it is true that just like pressing buttons is a fun thing to do, you know? So it's gonna be touch and go. But I guarantee for a lot of you guys, the majority of the people listening to this, once you touch it, you're just gonna be like, you're gonna have fun with it, and you're gonna like be blown away by just like the how fun it can feel to, in addition to this visually being so gorgeous, to do these drift movements so constantly and like feel like you're having a Jotaro versus Dio stand battle where you're just like,
Wooly, this is like
moving in and out.
Maximum weeb. You're weebing out bad.
But stop, like the world and Star Platinum, the world, just kind of having these moments of like, I stopped you, I'm moving in, and then you're like, you have an exchange, and then they're like, and now I'm moving out.
So,
you know,
let me ask you a question. Now that you've one of the characters that got shown off that we haven't seen in game really, was the Black Robo Samurai.
Yes, Samurai Man.
Does he even have a name even?
Nope, not yet. And someone almost accidentally said it but didn't.
Okay. So now that you hung out with Daisuke and you hung out a little bit, and he's seen you and met you and shit,
Yeah, that tweet, by the way.
Would you fucking wager a coin flip on whether or not the green color palette for that character is going to have like blonde dreads or some shit? Cause like,
I think it's
was money exchanged?
I think it's possible, but not for the reasons you think.
Yeah.
I think it's possible because Guilty Gear has always had more colors than you need.
Way more.
Do you want 25 color options plus 2 or 3 bonus crazy wacky ones?
Before you hit the DLC?
There you go. Yeah, you're going to have all possible combinations of colors. So don't even worry about that. That's coming. And I'm kind of like, I can't believe we still haven't seen more of him yet. It's a bit wacky.
It's weird.
We saw his face, and then we got 5 character reveals, and they were all returning characters, and then we didn't find out more about the samurai.
How big do you think the roster's going to be? I feel like 16's the number.
I'm not expecting... I would be shocked if it was higher than 16. I would be shocked if it was higher than 14.
I'm kind of thinking 12 to 16.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I'm going to feel like 2 newbies and all returning otherwise.
Like...
Can we get Testament in there?
That's my ask.
Because...
That's my ask.
Like, I don't like Testament. I'm bad with him. The trap character stuff. He's really cool.
And he's
been gone for a while.
And his like style and animation and everything about him is Guilty Gear as fuck.
Can we get
you need a goth man in there?
Can we get Abba back?
Yep.
As the weirdo.
Zappa, calling in Rao.
Zappa's
in 3D.
So money, dude.
Big God Rao just breathing in 3D.
I'm gonna stop for a second. Wooly and I have had a discussion about characters in the new Guilty Gear, I think 10 times now on this podcast. And every time you say Zappa, I go, Zappa is so expensive, Zappa's so money. If you don't know who we're talking about, go look up the character of Zappa in Guilty Gear XX. It's money. Deformation.
He's a character that has the ability to summon 3 or 4 different kinds of stands.
And he also contorts his body in 2D. He stretches his body into
his
dumb
body
bullshit.
in impossible ways. But then again, they made Bedman.
They did make Bedman.
So anything's possible.
Was Bedman the test for Zappa?
Bedman was the person who Daisuke said was like one of the craziest challenging designs that they had.
I bet. Man.
God, what was I going to say too? Oh yeah, I was going to say that like I brought up Testament as well as an example of a character that also comes from an era where Guilty Gear was like more brutal and gruesome. All right, some of the crazier animations he had, or like some of the like skull and bone stages, like, you know, some of these like album cover things he was going for, and like the idea that it looks a lot less like that nowadays is not due to him necessarily having changing tastes, but more so about him having a team of other people that he's working with that are not him. So you know, that is going to be what it's going to be. But yeah, some real fun stuff all the way through on that. And I guess
this game's far away, right?
Yeah, this is late 2020.
Okay.
This is late 2020. That's
bummer. Take your time, I suppose.
And now that the title is announced, and I guess I'll crack one little thing that I heard that was super funny and interesting, that I thought was rad, which was the idea that like, so Guilty Gear Strive, very cool name.
Yeah,
I like it. Right. And it even has the Strive 4 in it.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. But it's a lot more natural than most do.
The fourth.
Just do it.
Thrift. Right?
Strive.
Right? Sign Strive. Yeah.
It's better than fucking Exerd. Holy shit.
So apparently, one of the working titles before... Well, thank God we don't have to say GG 2020 anymore.
Oh, yeah, right.
That was exhausting.
We can just say Strive now.
Before we got to this title, there's a couple titles that were being bounced around, and one of the working ones that didn't go through was Guilty Gear, The Guilty Gear.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so awful. That's the worst title I've
Isn't
ever
that
heard.
the best thing in
Oh
the
my
world?
god.
And the pun, not the pun, but the idea is like the band that has the album named
Yeah.
for themselves, right? That's what you're going for.
That's so terrible.
I would have loved it so much.
That would have been GGTGG.
Yeah. Or just GGGG. Right now we have GGS, which is GG's good games.
Yeah.
Right? Good games.
But
But
G4 or like
but Guilty Gear, the Guilty Gear. And if it happened, this like the self-titled, right? And if it happened to be somewhere in the story that like it was also like
Soul's the main character again. Guess what? Haha.
well, I don't know if you saw, but there was another interview he did. And the implication was that there's a possibility this might be the conclusion of Soul's story.
Really? Not the conclusion of Soul. Never. But
This might be the conclusion of Soul's story.
interesting. It won't be, but
It might be.
cool.
And who is Soul?
He's the bad guy.
The Guilty Gear.
Yeah, he's the Guilty Gear. He's
So-
also Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, he's Freddy. So if you call the game Guilty Gear the Guilty Gear, I'm fucking all about that life. But anyway, that was a fun little tidbit. But yeah, Strive it is.
Strive's good.
Strive's good. Strive's good. Anyway, so there will be more. So right now you can go check out some few hours in mediocre gameplay of Guilty Gear Strive on my channel on Wooly Versus.
I would say it's actually considerably better than some of the off-screen stuff I was looking at prior. And the quality of the footage is way higher than all that shit.
Yeah, that's nice that I was able to get that feed. Second, I put out a video this morning. Like I said, it's about an hour and a half, and it's a very technical discussion about me and Reggie going in on the things I talked about just now.
Big dork nerd shit.
Yep, and what we discovered and what we think the philosophy behind a lot of this is, and as well as addressing a lot of little, a lot of concerns that like again we had that others had as well about like the nature of things that are like that looks like a bad idea. For example, you can block in the air now if someone does like a DP. Like if someone does like a Shoryuken, like a Dragon Punch, or like an anti-air move, you can block it.
That's odd.
That seems like a bad idea. But there's more to it than that.
Okay.
Where it's like, oh, actually, wait, hold on. It might actually be better thought out than I thought. You know, so there's little things like that. So check that all out over on Wooly Versus. And then, of course, the interview, almost done. Just need to do some finishing edits to touch that up, but like for the most part, that's gonna be ready to go as quickly as possible as well. You know, again, this is one of those things where like you get off the plane and you have a hole burning in your pocket, which is like exclusive footage and information that like people need to know. And that's why I didn't sleep, because I just was trying to fucking get this stuff to you guys as quickly as possible. So please look forward.
I was about to say something really stupid, but the genesis of that thought is interesting, because I was about to say, what was it like meeting the man saving fighting games? A question that I have been using the term saving fighting games for like 12 years.
That's a hilarious thing that you're about to say, because I was actually about to go in the same direction.
Since 10 years, since 2007, when I think SF4 got out.
Two things about that. One, of all the fighting game rock stars to meet,
Yeah.
that's the one.
He's the rock star.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Not just because of what he's done, but in terms of his games, but also because there's no other person that you can say is like the artist, the voice actor, the musician, the writer, the game planner, the battle planner, the fucking omni everything guy.
So one of the bigger things in
that has touched all aspects of his game.
One of the things in game development is you don't really have a lot of auteurs, and that too often team efforts are designated to a single individual. Like people often say that Kojima gets too much credit, despite the fact that he's on a big team. The point is that Kojima does involve himself and oversee almost every part of the game. Daisuke, am I saying it right? Ishiwatari?
Yeah.
Literally fucking, like, it's as close as you could get to like springing forth from the mind of Zeus. Like,
it is.
these are his games.
It is similar to Pixel making Cave Story, except an incredibly talented team of ridiculous individuals making the art and music and such alongside him are there. But he has touched all aspects of creativity.
Yeah.
Right? So you're like, yeah, this guy has the capability to like oversee and like big brain the situation.
Yeah.
Right? Now, as to your other thing
About saving fighting games.
did you see my tweet?
I didn't.
Okay.
Let me go find it.
It was a tweet from, you probably know, it's a bit buried now at this point.
Okay.
But it was from that weekend where it was just a shot of us sitting at a table talking, and I said something to the effect of Daisuke Ishiwatari is really out here trying to save fighting games. To which it's like, yeah, that's a...
there it is.
Yeah. Now, the operative word is trying. The operative word is trying. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to understand that, like, everything I'm saying is not without its asterisk.
Not without its grains of salt.
Not without its caveats, especially since, as many people pointed out, I'm not a top player.
What?
I am a scrub that gets very excited a lot of the time. And I do not have the top player's view from the mountaintop.
Yeah.
I am somewhere on the mountain. Not at the bottom, but I'm somewhere on that mountain.
And you love that mountain.
But I can't see as far as the person on top of the mountain can see. So, like, absolutely everything I say is totally subject to being called the fuck out by people with a better understanding and or just more knowledge than
Well,
I
let me ask
have.
you a question. Octopimp fucking whipped your ass, right?
Oh, yeah, Octopimp's a fucking... He's a beast. He's good.
All right. Does he like it?
Yeah, he was having some fun.
Okay, good. There you go. Done. Good game.
You know? Yeah.
Then go up the chain. Find somebody who kicks Octopimp's ass and be like, do you like it? And then see if that continues.
Yeah, there's and like some people that touched it are reporting that they like that this they said like, yeah, I like the feeling of that. Other people are really still concerned about like the damage and really still concerned about the the lack of teching and about the lack of Gatling and about the aspects that are more homogenized across the board and things like that. So there's super valid concerns, and it's not to say like, no, ignore all that like this.
So one of the things Max said, I think, Max is still here, but one of the things he did point out earlier was that Guilty Gear is going to, by default, with this kind of stuff, sacrifice some of its core audience to try and get a much bigger audience, which is a gamble.
Yes, but it does happen every single time a new fighting game comes out.
Yeah.
That is not a follow-up to the current franchise. So when Exerd Sign was announced, there definitely was a lot of people that
I saw that.
were very upset with that because the people that love Plus R didn't like the direction that was going.
But at the same time, it's like, you guys got enough XX remixes.
There were a lot of them.
There were a lot of those.
Yeah. But the idea of like the next the idea of the next step being like, this is the cool like cash money upgrade to the franchise that I love, but it's going away from what I loved. Like that's a thing where it's like it feels bad if you're like the stock that you had at the time is being like kind of lost, right?
Yeah.
Like remember, Melee to Brawl was
Yeah.
it was what it was for a lot of like people that played that like seriously. And that exists in the same place as me talking about those NeoGAF posts back in the day that were like, this new Street Fighter is just watered down, the fundamentals are gone, and it sucks. And this was back in the early 1999, 2000 era because they were talking about Third Strike.
Yeah.
Right? Someone found posts and just clipped them, and then like it isn't until the bottom of the paragraph that you see they're talking about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Right? So there is just that part of it as well, but you don't do that to hand wave and say that like poo-poo those remarks, because no, like a bunch of the shit coming up was very, very valid, so there are people that like love Plus R that hated Exerd even as it is now.
Yeah.
That like, so I saw someone kind of going like, I was hoping this would be more like a return to what Plus R was. And
hey, if I hopped on Revelator, I should hit PS4, right?
Yeah.
No, but like not PC because there's more people on PS4.
No, there's a lot of people on PC too.
Oh, really?
PC's good too. Yeah, you can go either way on it, but PS4 would have more.
Yeah,
but PC's actually healthy. But yeah, all that to say that exactly like there's that little bit where you've put a lot of time into something and you've grown to love it, and then this is the new one, and like if it goes further in the direction of how it used to be, growth potential ends up being really risky, if not nullified, because like people just feel that this is
you do the same thing you always do. You're always going to get the same thing you always did.
Right. The numbers go down instead of up, and it becomes.
The numbers don't lie.
But you don't want to sacrifice depth in order to get new people. So
we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway, look forward to that. All coming out soon.
On Wooly Versus.
Yes, on Wooly Versus. And
what else you do, man?
Well, I played a bunch more Teppen, and I guess I'm sorry, I'm in there.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm in there.
Hey, people asked me if people were asking me a question that I don't understand. You can answer it for me. They're like, "Hey, can we see Teppen on stream?" I'm like, "Does Teppen even exist off your phone?"
Pretty sure you can do recordings on your phone.
No.
Max does videos on it.
Well, Max is a wizard.
Yeah, you can do phone recordings.
Teppen. Well, what if they see the stuff I have on my phone?
If you've got an iPhone, there's a system recording option to just record video of your screen.
Oh.
So yeah, you can totally do that. You can emulate phone stuff as well, I guess. There's that possibility.
I don't think I'm going to do that. It's scary. But I don't want people to see the stuff on my phone.
But yeah, gotten in there, and I'm currently I'm at, what am I at? I think I'm at A5 for rank in terms of ranking.
What
you start at I think, is it F or D5? I think you start at D5 and you work your way up through 5 4 3 2 1, 5 4 3 2 1, and so on.
Okay. That's pretty good, man.
So if I can get to A1, then I can get to the championship league, which is like F5. Okay, so you start at F5 and work your way up. So if I can go from A5 to A1, then I get a shot at being in the
Big Dick Club.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's a good time waster. I'll tell you that, man. I'm putting my Nero deck together and having some fun with it. So don't get it twisted. There's some big old Capcom fucking jerk offs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just
big old jerk offs. Hey man, how do you feel about like random ass Resident Evil characters?
None of them are random.
Having like cards that do things that pertain to their personalities.
Give me one name.
I don't know them.
So this bit would have worked a lot better if you could tell me, and I'd be like, wow, they got that guy in.
I mean, like I told you about Rebecca Chambers last time.
She's important.
Okay. Dario.
That's out there. Really? That bitch motherfucker dies in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't.
Everybody's going who? In Resident Evil 3, the fat guy who runs outside and gets fucking killed. Or no, the fat guy who doesn't want to leave the warehouse with Gill, and you come back to the warehouse later in the game, he got eaten. That's Dario.
Oh yeah, Lucia from DMC2 is in there for sure. Yeah, definitely Hunk has a card. And a bunch of Monster Hunter monsters.
Dario's a character I would fully expect almost no one to remember that character's name. That's the kind of reference that I want in there.
Carlos definitely has a card.
Oh well, he's okay.
And any playable characters,
yeah,
are gonna get a card. Yeah, sure. Yeah, man. No, there's a bunch of good old Capcom fappery.
If you tell me like Alyx from Caliban Cove, which is not a video game, got in, I'd lose my shit.
Yeah. So that and I'm gonna do a better when I get a chance to properly sit down. Oh yeah, every one of those comms Reploids from Mega Man.
Shut up, are you serious?
All of those comm girls are all like there as cards as well. Totally. Anyway, if I get a chance to like I'm gonna this week I'm gonna sit down and do a proper like video addressing this on the channel too. But so I did a poll the other day, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I had some plans for some changes, and I just wanted to like get a little bit of data on like how to fine tune things going forward. And with the poll that was just asking people on my YouTube channel, hey, what do you guys like? What do you show up for? What's the reason you subbed? What's going on? People had, of course, a lot of feedback and used it as an opportunity to not just answer the poll, but also drop some comments in there, which, you know, going through, I was able to get a pretty good idea for what people like, what they want to see, and how frequently they want to see it.
So no more fighting games.
Ever. Ever.
Get out of here.
Get out of fighting games.
That's your new show.
Yeah. Actually, so here's what's going on, right? There's a couple of ideas, and I don't want to...
Blanca player calls you, you fucking hit do not answer, you put your phone down.
So we're going to do, like, a lot of what we're going to... A lot of what's coming is going to be pretty much just the same, but there's some... whatever. Blah. Some changes. So one of them is going to be that... much like was suggested in something that I started a while back, I'm going to start streaming my recordings of the LPs, right? So basically, when I sit down with Reggie or Min on a session to start going through it and whatnot, kind of like I'm doing with Naruto at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, Naruto gave you the taste of that.
Yeah, we're gonna stream our going through the LPs, and that means there's going to be a jump from the present tense to, you know, the session and whatnot. But a lot of the time during the day we sit down, we start at like 1 p.m. and just start going. So gonna start doing that. So people who want to sort of like hang in there and check out the stream on the regular can do that. People who prefer that can
yeah, I'm getting it. Yeah.
And then of course that's still gonna become an episode. Yeah. That will head out there for most of the people that are enjoying it on the YouTube. YouTube's going great. There's
we haven't even hit news yet.
There's
does this have anything to do with your changes?
Actually, it didn't.
Well, good timing. Good fucking timing.
Not that bad. So I'm gonna be doing that. I would usually get into fighting games whenever I could on a Tuesday night, because I was trying to see if I could get an expert guest to come in and teach how to get.
You're not going to get them in the middle of the day because I got to go work or some shit.
Of course not. So that'll stay at nighttime. But here's the thing about that. I couldn't always get guests because, like, I want to play a lot of Skullgirls, for example. There's no one here in this city that plays Skullgirls.
No one.
I'm going to have to get my friend from California to come out.
That's a big...
Right?
That's...
I want to do a KOF episode. What am I going to do? Not get Hell Pockets? That's silly. But he also lives in California, so that's going to be really impossible, right? So this becomes...
Why don't you just use a green screen and just put a second version of you?
There you go. Or... Behold, two things now. When we have our guests, we will have our streams, which are going to be Thursday nights.
Thursday nights now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Freeing that up and moving things around for a little bit. Concentrating it towards the end, because here's the problem. If I travel and I come back and then this gets moved to the podcast gets moved to a Tuesday, then that automatically eats that up.
I'm going to tell you right now, I've said this before, I can't do Tuesday afternoon podcast.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it doesn't happen on a Monday, then it's got to get bumped to a Wednesday.
Got to be a Wednesday.
Yeah. So in order to avoid the that situation and whatnot, I'm gonna go for that Thursday night. And here are two things, right? If we have a guest that knows the game and can walk us through it and teach us how, then we will be doing Get Into Fighting Games for glory. But if we don't, and we just want to pop a game in,
such an asshole,
and dick around with it,
you are such a fucking stupid piece of shit.
Know what we're doing. Please look forward to Get Into Fighting Games for fun.
You're such an asshole.
So yeah, man, we're just gonna do dumb sessions, bullshit. There's gonna be effectively. It's going to tell you right up top which one of the two you're going to be getting.
You're just doing the fucking FNF Scrub Lords thing again. It's the same. It's the same.
I want to play fighting games, but I don't always have an expert around to teach us how to get into them.
Just to pretend. Put on some glasses.
Yeah, I'm just doing it.
Guess
what? I want to play some fighting games.
Yeah.
So please look forward to get into fighting games for fun and get into fighting games for glory coming soon. And that'll like allow us to just do it more often and get more games in with people that just want to chill out and
obviously I'm going to imagine that if everyone starts screaming at you that they hate it, this is all temporary and could go back.
It might, but I doubt that. I think people just want to watch games and get some fun in there.
Yeah,
and when the opportunity to learn presents itself, which it often doesn't, it's probably better to have an episode of something casually for fun than it is to have silence and nothing until the next expert shows up.
That's correct.
Right? Between Esteban showing his Darkstalkers and I guess Smash Ultimate, there was a pretty big gap
I
there.
think the only piece of advice about creative endeavors that I have ever given, that I ever feel confident repeating to people, was... I am surrounded not just by creative types in general, like I would call you a creative type, right? But artists, right? Of all different styles, video artists, proper picture artists. Everybody wants to make their masterpiece and their amazing, perfect thing. And they take forever and forever. And all I tell all of them is like, just make garbage. Just make more garbage. Just make as much garbage as you can.
You have to.
And some of it'll be good.
You have to. Yep. That's the same advice I gave on Wooly Will Figure It Out.
Yeah.
Which will also be coming back more frequently as well. Mm-hmm. Because effectively, some of the feedback was not just about like the fighting game streams and not just about like streaming more often, but it was also like things like, hey, like we would like to see that variety stuff more often.
Yeah,
you know?
I like to listen to Wooly Versus. It is Wooly Will Figure It Out. It is a calming presence that gives me a brief reprieve from my anxiety to allow me to masturbate. Would probably have been one of those comments.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't realize.
No, I don't listen to your stuff. I don't care.
The sound of my voice at this point, like...
No, I don't even hear it.
Like, how would you even get...
It just turns directly into ideas.
How would you even get through this podcast with such a chubber, you know?
Just jam it in between your legs.
Okay, well...
Maybe it'll make you feel a little taller.
Mm-hmm. Is that
You started that. You dove in on that. And now you don't want the answer. That's your fault.
Guess what, folks? It's not a rocking chair.
You know what? Hey, you know what? I'll take that compliment. That's all right. Thanks.
So so there's that that's going to happen, as well as just, and this is more of a behind the scenes thing, but just I'm going to be dedicating my Fridays to working on scripted stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
So whether that's PORN, whether that's Kirby lore or anything else fun, I'm going to be just spending my time on Fridays to do that.
Yeah.
And then that'll come out not as frequently, but every once in a while it will exist, right? So this is basically what I'm rededicating myself towards with the channel, and I think it should be a lot of fun. Also, lastly, in terms of this just channel update stuff,
housekeeping,
that's a good way of putting it. One thing that a lot of you guys brought up was like more or less something to the effects of, shut the fuck up, Wooly, you stupid idiot, make a Patreon, we love you, shut up.
I saw that thread. That thread got big. Right?
And it was just a lot of people kind of going like, dude, fucking shut up and take it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I did. I grabbed the URL from the bottom of my Twitch page that was a donate button.
Yeah.
And I put it underneath my YouTube videos and wrote the word tip jar next to it.
That's a step. Patreon's a much bigger step. A lot of people don't know that. Patreon's like it's a process. It's a fucking thing.
But in terms of like a couple people that said, more than a couple people that said like, dude, even if it's just a tip jar.
Yeah, put your tips in a Wooly, guys. Come on.
So I was like, okay,
Come on.
This does exist. It's a URL that sits here. So let me just put
It's
it.
URL that when people hit it, money happens.
So let me just. I'll take the thing that, because if they're looking for the one that's on Patreon.com, right? It's like, okay, well, let me just grab this. This is here, so I'll do that. I guess, and but also just thank you, of course, to everybody who gave feedback on that. A whole lot of people, a good 20,000 people, voted on that poll and
really
said what was up.
That's a very significant sample size.
Yes, so I get a good feeling for, like, if every vote counts as a representation of many more, then yeah, I think I can course correct.
Oh wow, that's really sweet. Max in our chat just said that it took him years to say yes to support from people directly. It was not easy for him.
Yeah,
and that's
he gets it.
That's really laudable, because like pretty much within a week of streaming, I was saying, like, I'll say any stupid shit. You give me money. Just put your fucking money dicks in my mouth. I'll suck them.
Max gets it, man. Like, it's something.
Twitch.tv/angriestpat. You can send money to me right now.
Listen. What we're trying to say here is that, like, when you see that there's a system where you're like, but I can do this with ads.
Yeah.
Right? And the ads will do it. You don't have to do it, person listening, because the ads will do it.
Yeah.
Then you want to use that system more.
Yeah.
Right? But then comes stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I put ads on anyway.
Yeah, that too. Sure.
Yeah, just throw them on.
Mm-hmm. But that's it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And somewhere deep down, there's always that fear that, like, there's always that fear that you head to the.
I can feel it. I can feel what your emotion is, but I can't, like.
You head to the con.
Yeah.
And then. You meet the individual that is like, listen.
Yeah.
You owe me.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't encountered that, luckily enough.
Bought this thing, basically, and I'm like, oh, how do I even begin to have this conversation?
No, I had one where I was like, hey man, it's me. I've been subbing for like 18 months. I'm like, I don't know who you are. I feel like shit right now.
Oh.
Oops.
No, that's bad. But yeah, I guess I just like.
I love you though.
No, but I guess like if someone were to be like, hey man, here's another bit for a Kudelka, looking for that Kudelka LP.
Yeah.
Right? And then it keeps coming in and it's just like still waiting on it. And then it's like
there's a guy who fucking kicked in, I want to say like 28 months of subs to Paige begging for Dragonstar.
It's the extra little bit, but it's definitely a bit that, is not completely Max says that Kudelka guy is bugging you too.
They're always around. Yo, Kudelka's okay.
Yeah,
Kudelka's
so that
okay.
you know what I mean? It's a little bit of that in there.
Oh,
for sure. That's really funny. But guys, thank you so much for letting me know and
listen, as somebody who's much more comfortable rolling around in the shill slime, I have a piece of advice for you, Wooly, and for everyone at home, and you need to take this to heart. Okay?
Lay it on me.
The important thing to know is that all support, emotional,
physical,
emotional, social media wise, financial is always supported, always appreciated. But the people who give you more money are your closest friends. And you guys don't know this, but Wooly has a tip jar, and if you give him $10 or more, he will be your real friend for real. He will come to have dinner with you at your mom's house. He's just kind of busy for the next forever. Just think about that emotion.
Click the parasocial button.
I think
what are you doing?
In a serious thing, I think that my way of dealing with the awkwardness of a parasocial relationship is to become so disgusting that it is like farcical and absurd. Right? Because I'll be serious here for a second. I genuinely appreciate all the people who subscribe and donate. I don't think you should ever feel like you need to. because especially there are people that have written into us and be like, hey, I'm sorry, I can't sub this month because I'm broke. And it's like, yeah, don't sub if you're close to broke either, right? That's a ridiculous thing. But there are those who will eventually feel the way that it's like, hey, man, I'm your subscriber. We're pals now. And that's a bizarre and it's not bizarre. It's an unhealthy way to view a financial situation because it puts an onus on the person giving it to be the recipient of emotions that may not happen.
You deal with it by getting as gross as possible.
Yeah.
I deal with it by going to the events and saying hello.
Yeah.
And there's some nice people that have some nice things to say.
Oh, absolutely. But my idea is that, and I think it's working okay, is that by being so disgusting, even the people who would normally be like, oh yeah, are like, oh no, wait, this is silly. This is silly. Pat's gross. I hate him.
To quote a relevant genius, you can't buy love, Joe.
Yeah, but you can rent it for a while.
There you go. Everybody take your social lessons from Fatal Fury.
My love is contingent on dollars.
Okay, so, yes, big thanks to everybody on the Wooly versus poll. Let's get into the news. This late in the game,
it's late in the game today for news, so
we're gonna do it quick.
There's one big motherfucking news we absolutely need to talk about, and that is the nature of emotional support mid-set. Listen, guys. If you're at a fighting game event,
you can go off on this.
If you're at a fighting game event and you have the audacity to have the ability to get laid,
oh boy,
you better keep that SO away from you during your set, because I swear to God, if that person comes up and says, you can do it, honey, I'm proud of you, and maybe touches your shoulders a little bit, that is a flagrant abuse of coaching in fighting games. And that's why we need to ban girlfriends from Smash.
Is this the part where I come in with the measured take?
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Okay. So there was a complaint about a Smash tournament where a player was upset because he couldn't focus because the whole crowd was behind him and loud and against him, and also the judge at the pool was also in that crowd, and also there was the girlfriend of the player was massaging them between sets and giving them encouraging words, which then led to the takeaway that encouraging words and massages during sets, emotional support is coaching, and that should be banned.
He wrote a little essay about it.
Yeah.
It blew up, and it was really funny because it's fucking pathetic. But it really double blew up when Leffen, noted top Smash player and professional shitbag, weighed in to say emotional support is coaching and should be against the rules.
I
do my research.
You still have it in. Still have it in on that dude. Listen.
Oh, I have a mental list of all the top Smash players and why they're dirtbags. I do work on this fucking dumb shit.
And it's not simply for the game that
Armada's the one
that they're playing
who cried about his controller.
My God, dude.
Hungrybox is the one that had a goddamn coach up there sitting next to him for Evo Grand Finals the whole time. And was the one who was like, Smash is so important, guys. We really need to have private rooms because we're so much important than the other fighting games.
Wooly Versus does not condone the messages of one angriest Pat.
You know who does? Reggie. Because I saw him responding to this shit going, this stupid shit's why I took the word smasher out of my bio on Twitter.
Did he?
Hell yeah!
That's great. That's funny. I didn't see it. No, but here's the deal. All kidding aside. What the fuck? At that idea that, like, you can't have someone just be like, you can do it, honey.
Like, it's not real coaching. It's like...
That's goofy garbage, right?
It's fucking crazy.
And as someone who is actually from a city that is known for being loud and abrasive and fucking wild when it comes to supporting our scene.
Let's say rowdy.
A little bit, right? Literally people thinking that Montreal were the ones who sent the Ghost of Marvel to confront Chris G on stage at EVO because that's our fucking scene. Like, literally, that was the rumor. Like, you can hear EVO pools matches during the day where you hear suddenly MTL in the background. Like, we fucking go crazy, right?
Listen, this even goes back, like, this is not about fighting games. MTL has a bit of a history with sports. Let's call fighting games a sport for a second. Maybe we win, burn a couple cop cars, trash the city. Maybe we lose. Maybe burn a couple cop cars, trash the city.
A little bit of hockey thuggery.
Maybe the during the 1976 set against the Russians, where the Canadian team loses the first match in Montreal against the Russians, maybe be afraid that the fans are gonna rush the ice and dismember the players. You know, like,
yeah,
it's
a little bit
tense out here.
And the power of the border makes it so that at times when, let's say, MTL happens to be doing really well and someone nearby from, I don't know, Toronto is there, they too suddenly join in because by proxy of being 6 hours away, the area increases because now we're all the way in Vegas.
Yeah, so it's funny because usually Toronto and Montreal will have a little bit of rivalry, a little bit of shit talk, but in the U.S.,
fuck all.
It's all about that
noise.
Leaf, man.
It's all about the Leaf, right? So if you want to go back to good times, you can go watch Chirithi versus Filipino champ in Street Fighter 4, and JS Master behind him just going off, and he's a one-man hype army, like talking so much shit. Why is America so quiet? Every time, like, right? Every time Henry won, and like it was crazy. Anyway, so there's a line, right? And I think we talked about this when the story came up last with Kaba, who was, I believe, a DR player that like is like one of the guys that like gets really loud, and will yell top volume in your ear from a few feet away. And did it to CJ Truth, who's like a pretty young player, whose parents were there.
Yeah.
And the parents were like, "What the actual fuck is happening?"
Yeah, this is a bit above board. Below board. This ain't no good.
Yeah. So it is like there is a line where you're like, okay, you can't literally like yell to the point where my eardrums vibrate.
Yeah.
Next to my head.
You can't have a situation
as you're getting hyped
where the other dude's crew are standing around you in a semicircle during the set.
Actually, yeah, you totally can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, and they're allowed to sing songs.
Oh, what are they allowed to sing? I'm sorry.
Somebody's getting fucked. Get fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. Get fucked.
Oh,
somebody's getting you get fucked. That's allowed.
That is allowed. You're right. What am I talking about?
That's melodic and musical. That's okay.
Every time it happens more often in Smash, but I mean it is not unique to Smash, where people complain about the fucking venue is fucking me up here, guys. Like everybody in the crowd's fucking screaming their ass off, or there's somebody hassling me, right? That Tekken video, I think it's in Atlanta, fucking shows up of like, what is it, like 20 guys singing that song?
That's the whole thing.
It's a fucking, it's a production.
Dude, it is material for Pop-Off Report News. It is, you know, it's beautiful. But it was Street Fighter, by the way.
Oh, it was? Okay.
But, yeah, and Norman Brown, exactly. That shit comes up all the time as well. You fucking really get, like we're gonna... There's a whole planned fucking special for Norman Brown. Don't you guys worry about that. But anyway, there's level where it's just like you can use your voice as a fucking like weapon at points. And that's where you have to actually.
So yeah, I
you're
mean,
being beyond disruptive.
There's a point where, obviously in nearly every rule, and if it's not there, it's an oversight. It's like you're not allowed to touch your opponent.
Definitely not.
Right?
Definitely not.
But Wooly, I know for a fact, and I think you can too, and I think most people can. You can raise your voice to the point where it is indistinguishable from a human touch.
So something that has happened at most recent tournaments I've entered is early on in the bracket, someone who knows me or has a crew that is aware will gather around and do that because they're like, yo, you're going to fight the YouTube guy.
Yeah.
And I get the anti-cheerleader squads coming for that purpose.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's happened literally at every recent Sam Show tournament I went to.
It's fucking hilarious.
Right? Would be someone being like, oh, fuck, yo, go beat that YouTuber, right?
Yeah, he ain't shit. He's just got a YouTube channel, whatever.
So that's absolutely a part of it. The idea that, like, yeah, you're like, just like emotional support is like something that's going to tilt you is like, that's silly. If there's more than that, if it actually was to the level that I'm talking about, where it is like, no, you are like in the ear disrupting the person, then that needs to be stopped.
My favorite part is that this eventually escalated to the part of like, what's the solution here? Soundproof rooms for every set? If that's what it takes.
Here's what's crazy, too.
If that's what it takes.
Here's what's crazy, too. Because, yeah, I know the comments went a little bit wild. But there are some players who not only don't wear headphones to, like... Some people wear headphones to listen to the game.
Yeah, makes sense.
Audio cues are good.
Some people use headphones to, like, block out the crowd.
Some people use headphones to play music.
Which is fucking crazy to me.
They just zone in with their music because it's the way they lab. So they feel comfortable, right? But... some players don't use headphones because fuck it, and others don't use headphones because they get powered up by the crowd.
The spite.
Okay?
The shit.
Infiltration's one of those players that will literally use no headphones and just use the crowd as like,
Yeah, and then after the match, I'll go take it out somewhere else.
So that's like, you know, it's something where you actually can have people that respond by like getting a hype with that crowd, or to fucking take revenge, and be beast on them and be like, what now, everybody? All right, I took your boy out. What now? You know, it's interesting. It's interesting, but there's a threshold. If there's video of this incident, I would like to see the video replay of the shoulder massage.
It's off stream, but there is a video of it.
Okay.
Some guy with their phone I have not watched it, but there is video footage.
Because I want to see video of the massage. I want to see video of the you can do it, baby. And I want to see video of the volume and the proximity of the crowd to the person's
oh man, it's always oh man, these people, oh boy, Smash kids, they love it.
All right, so that's your must story.
Do you want to have a one-line news story that's about fighting games still? How the fuck Jump Force getting a fucking Game of the Year contender for fighting games at Game Awards? What the fuck?
Because it's a joke.
Somebody paid him. Jeff Keighley, I want my Doritos back.
Like that. If I'm not mistaken, that list of contenders has always been completely like not reflective of what's happening in the genre.
Smash is gonna win it, so whatever.
Like, it's been out of touch for years. Why would it suddenly start being in touch?
Yeah.
So
do you feel like it's a joke when like a fighting game is like the only fighting game up for Game of the Year, and then it's also in the best fighting game category, and you're like, I wonder which one's gonna win?
Dude, like they fucking like the story of Arslan Ash, right, representing Pakistan and fucking crushing it at Evo, was not.
Oh yeah.
Like
who? What?
Nothing. Just
who's that? Oh.
Like, I'm not, dude. I'm not. I don't even care anymore. I don't.
There'll be a trailer for a Smash character at that event, though. So,
cool. Yeah.
Still watch it.
Catch the announcements.
Yeah.
That's basically the deal. Yeah. You know, as far as I'm concerned.
Imagine if the Oscars had announcements for video games. I'd watch the Oscars.
Fuck. Anyway. So yeah, let's just real quick. So we got that one GIF review of Stadia. God bless.
Oh boy.
And like to blast through some of the others. Hey, Half-Life Alyx. Valve's first flagship VR game announced.
Yeah.
Not much to say because that's all they said, but it's announced. Flagship VR game.
Don't know what that means yet.
It'll have Alyx in it.
Yeah. Or you'll be Alyx.
Cool. All right. Closest thing to a Half-Life 3?
No.
What closest thing?
I said no.
Is there anything else that exists?
Mark Laidlaw's description of what the story would have been.
But is there a product?
No.
If you vote $1 and no one else votes, did you win on The Price is Right?
No.
Yeah, you did.
Not with Half-Life, you don't.
You
don't know how... I am very bitter. Drew Carey or Bob Barker?
Bob Barker.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thin microphone. Spay and neuter your cats, baby.
Yeah.
All day. What is this, fucking amateur hour?
Yeah. Drew's okay.
We fucking around over
But
here?
he's got to be old.
What is this?
Got to get old.
I don't know if you know anything about Greg Rice, but Greg Rice left Double Fine.
I don't know who that is.
He was the publishing boss guy that was in the Double Fine documentaries that were made back in the day when they were doing the stuff for whatchamacallit, Broken Age.
Yeah.
And
I hope he lands on his feet and ends up Double Fine. Hey.
Oh, how about that? And the timing of it might have to do with the fact that there was a Microsoft acquisition that might be involved. So
he's like, I'm out of here.
He says he has some cool stuff lined up.
All right, good for him, I guess.
We see. There was... oh yeah, this is just a bit of fun stuff, but if you're, I don't know, anywhere in North America, you can check out this link. There's a Gundam 40th anniversary celebration. Char's Counterattack will be in theaters.
Oh, cool.
On the... what's the date? December 5th. On December 5th, which is, yay, day after my birthday. Char's Counterattack in theaters. You go to the website and just put in the fucking zip code and see if it's happening in a theater near you. But if you wanted to catch CCA in theaters, go do it. Gundam Anniversary, go. Big cool news. Yeah. Fun. Love that. Remember Death Cargo?
Yes.
Remember what Death Cargo did?
It turned into Death Stranding.
No, it struck our channel.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to hide footage of their old game.
That's right.
Because NECROSTORM was preparing for their new game, GOREBREAKER.
Uh-huh.
We now have footage of GOREBREAKER.
Don't show it!
Too late! I don't know if the stream's going to get pulled.
Oh, man.
But the sequel to Death Cargo, GOREBREAKER... But
man, really fuck those guys. They straight up like contacted us and were like, "Oh, that's really cool that you're showing off Death Cargo."
And then when the time
struck us,
it's insane. It's
fuck them.
It's kind of insane.
Bunch of assholes.
Well, because it's like, yeah, it was like literally like things were cool and they were like happy with the show off, right? And then like it goes from there to just being like, we have a new game coming. The old game is now, I guess, embarrassing.
Yeah.
So let's strike all channels with video of it.
What are you, fucking Sega?
To pretend the game doesn't exist, and then like so that we can clear the air for our new game. Because
what a bunch of jerks.
We don't want anyone to look up the old game and see what it used to look like. You know. So that was shitty, man. That wasn't cool at all. You know. Not understanding that like. When you do that, you literally hurt a channel.
You salt the earth.
And
also.
like, even if you wanted to be like, hey, we don't want people to see this, you couldn't just shoot a fucking message the same way you emailed and contacted people.
Nah, man,
before.
it's faster, man. It's faster.
Just send a message saying, hey guys, we want to take this down. I would take that down in a heartbeat, but no, you strike the channel. So that sucked, right? I was planning to keep it fucking lighter than that, but yeah,
fuck
it was annoying. Anyway, but here's the footage of their game. And it's gory, and it looks like a hot mess, and it looks like the perfect kind of like live action jank, but it's got really, really high quality like live action
murder.
Whatchamacallit?
Fatalities.
No, just like the
animation.
Animation, yeah. The quality of like the model thing is like it's pretty detailed. You know, look at this fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's gory. And he's punching up shit.
Oh, wow.
And he's making these monsters bleed. and it basically like looks like that what's that, like the School of Rage or Beats of Rage almost kind of thing, and just yeah, and there you go, proper gore jank coming your way.
Just the new genre, gore jank.
Enjoy it if they don't shut you down before you do. You know? Anyway, other small news, but fun. Eureka 7 coming to Daemon X Machina. There is Eureka 7 costumes and an actual mecha inserted of the Nervash is going to be playable in Daemon X Machina. So that's super cool. And cue the fucking violin music on that. OP, because if you don't know about Eureka 7, it's about a surfing robot, and it's very cool.
Okay.
Yep. Yay for that. I like it. Real quick, getting through the rest of it, we have a trailer drop out of fucking nowhere for the thing that's being called MEGALOBOX 2.
That was fast.
Holy shit. And much to my enjoyment, the first thing you see in the trailer says 7 years later. So I'm fucking ecstatic.
Megalobox was fucking fantastic.
It was so good. There's also a shot of dude with beard and fucking gruff all over his face. So we just going in. Megalobox 2. Junkyard Dog.
I love it.
That music, man, gives me feelings.
There's that one track, I think it was the interstitial track coming back from the break with the kid sitting on the
rap.
Yeah.
The Beast.
It's just fucking...
It's my theme. It's what I play on my theme my stream intro.
Oh, so good.
The fucking Beast, man. Yeah. And the credits, the next episode music and the credits music.
It's really good stuff.
All right. Anyway, Granblue Fantasy Versus is coming out in Q1 2020.
Cool.
Guilty Gear Strive is coming out in late 2020.
So play Exerd now, then switch to Grand Blaze Blue, and then play that until Guilty Gear come out.
And maybe even longer than that, because Cygames might support this for a long time.
I bet this game's going to get a lot of money love.
Big money love from big money company.
Yeah.
Love money, go money now. Capcom announces the mark of your dignity.
Gill's back.
Shall scar my DNA.
Gill back. You know, I don't think it's what they intended, but I see Gill, and I'm like, Street Fighter V is now over.
Well, because think about no. Think about the end of the story mode, right?
Yeah.
So I think there must have been a plan possibly for a second story mode.
Yes.
But then they're like, that didn't do anything.
No.
It was expensive and the story was bad. So let's just cut to the chase and reveal the character.
There you go.
Because he would have come out with that story mode, but there is no story mode.
His hair, whack. The fact that he's red and blue, whack. His thong, whack.
Liam O'Brien,
whack.
Tight as fuck.
Oh, no.
I love Liam O'Brien.
Urian's way better than Gill.
In terms of?
Everything. I love Urian. I do not like Gill.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes,
I knew you liked Urian.
You did know that.
I didn't know you hated Gill.
Yeah.
I love Gill.
Gill's lame.
I think Gill. I love Gill. I think Gill's cool. I like the fact that Gill is a non-charge version of Urian, and
that makes him fucking stupid busted.
Yeah, he does some crazy stupid shit. And the fact that he could never be balanced into anything fair is tragic, because it's like you spent time making a character that you can't actually use.
Yeah, well, here's round 2. Let's see if they make him playable.
I think that's the goal this time.
I think what's really funny is that Gill's entire gimmick in Third Strike was that if he changed sides, he would change, like, the red and blue would change sides also, and his moves would change.
Yes.
And now when you look at his footage in 5, he like mirrors himself, which is the total opposite of why that character was created.
Yeah, yeah. But they do clearly have, like, I mean, to make the character something that you can like use with intention with left and right with fire and ice, it's just becoming a part of the play style.
Oh, I just think it's silly.
Yeah, it was just a cosmetic thing for the boss anyway, but like now they made like a mechanic out of it. But you see fucking Seraphic Wing.
Yeah, looks
very
good.
pretty.
Yeah.
Liam O'Brien is not the Gill voice that we used to have,
But Liam O'Brien's great.
but he is great. And his costume where he looks like a gladiator is nice.
His costume that he has the toga on looks way better.
Now, all in all, I say one. What about that model that is a Urian alt costume where he's dressed up like Gill? Now what?
I don't know that one.
Urian has a costume he can wear that turns him into Gill.
Really?
Yes.
That's weird. I don't like that.
So do they remove that from the game?
Yeah, please.
You know, it's so fucking strange that that's there. And then 2, of course, is like, that's nice. I don't know if it's enough, but it's nice. I like the stage. Stage is very pretty. You know what else is coming?
Better luck with 6, guys.
Well, you know what else is coming?
What's that? 130 Chun-Li costumes.
V-Skill 2.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a second V-Skill.
That's a big jump.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? So now you have 2 V-Triggers and 2 V-Skills. And I was in the room at ArcSys with Reggie when he scrolled excitedly to the list and saw a Japanese translation of someone talking about how Ryu's new V-Skill is a dodge and counter, and he almost spiked the phone on the ground with salt because poor Reggie, the Ryu main, just can't catch a break, and he was so mad, dude. Because Ryu is... I don't know if you know about the state of this. Do you know about this at all?
Ryu's not great.
He's beyond ass. He's beyond ass. And he has not been in a top 8 in, I think, 3 years.
So, I would this is going to be... maybe it's a little hypocritical, even. I don't think you should balance characters based on their popularity. But Ryu shouldn't be allowed to be bad.
Wait, are you saying that character usage charts are a bad indicator of how to balance things?
I do think that.
Do you think that, like, the character and its moves are a better indicator of how to balance things?
I do think that.
That's wild.
But...
somebody censor this man.
But Ryu is the face. He's, like... maybe it's not accurate, but Ryu is fighting games in my mind. So
when Reggie, who is a poster boy user, got a character like Soul Bad Guy, who is a Shoto with a command grab and a Balrog punch.
Yeah.
Soul's
got it all.
He was very happy.
And Soul's always had it all. His moveset's always been great.
And they always give him more. Bandit Revolver is not enough. Give him a Bandit Bringer. Give him a dive. Give him the wall kick. Give him the whatever version of Volcanic Viper and Grand Viper you want. Excuse me, Grand Viper. Oh God, I don't remember it. The new Grand Viper move name is like 3 or 4 more words long.
Oh yeah, Grand Volcanic Viper.
It's something crazy. Anyway, yep. So just on a content level though, I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna give to Callie? What's he gonna get besides the stomps? Curious to know. But Gill's here, so yes, that does pretty much mark the end, I would assume.
I would really, really like for SF5 to be super good, because I feel comfortable playing SF5. But I feel like it's been out for long enough, and we've been talking. Like, they really just dropped the ball on a lot of the implementation on that stuff.
I just realized that a really important point when we talked back about Guilty Gear was left hanging because we moved on to other stuff.
Sure.
But did I not bring up, like, crush counters versus...
You did.
And I didn't get to elaborate on why it's better in Guilty Gear.
You didn't.
Okay. So people hate crush counters, and Guilty Gear is going to be counter-focused as well. But the problem with crush counters... is, I mean, people have different ones, but one of the major ones, according to like the way I feel about it and from talking to other people, is that some people get crush counters on attacks that they can do frequently as their best tools in the game.
And others don't.
And others don't. So it's a really important thing that you have to do in matches that some people get way more often than others, including sometimes people can't get anything off of it at all. So it's a system mechanic that is not applicable system-wide.
So as for an example, I played enough Zangief to know that he's got some good long hidden pokes that crush counter. They pop you up in the air, and I can do a little SPD in the air and get some damage off of it.
Bison can get a big knee on you. Really good.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Good luck, Ryu.
Good luck, Ryu, the character who literally was shown doing a crush counter first in the entire game.
Or Nikali gets like a low fierce that like pops you up and like you can't really get a follow up on it.
Like
you get one DP or a stomp.
It's the fucking like
and then
primary
there's the roundhouse
new
too,
mechanic
but,
in the game.
Yeah, and not
some
everybody
characters
can use
can't
it
do
properly than others. Exactly. Whereas dust is dust, and everybody
got dust.
Everyone has a dust.
And dust is pretty much the same for everybody, right?
And it hits. They're all faster now, and they all blow you up in that same way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Guilty Gear better than Street Fighter V right there. Bam. Take that. Me.
I forgot the line that Gill says, but I'm also excited for that because I'm also a fan of like.
Oh, Gill's voice shit is amazing.
I'm a fan of the lecturer.
Yeah.
Right. Welcome to, my fucking professor's class.
There's a line he says at the end of the trailer. It's like, my perfection does not require training, and I'm like, that pisses me off. Like as a Street Fighter like lore nerd or whatever.
I couldn't hear what the last word was. Was it training?
Yeah, my perfection does not require training.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's fucking infuriating, and that line alone makes him the villain of Street Fighter because Bison and fucking Gill have the same thing going on. In that they're bullshit because they cheat.
Interesting. I'm hoping that his intro is the line they use, though.
It's all the way at the end. It's at the end of the trailer. It's his win quote.
Yeah. Like, yeah, what was it? It's like, yeah, then the people of the world will rejoice
in seeing me or some shit.
Yeah.
He's so up his own fucking
I love that stuff, dude. I'm all about it. That's always a ton of fun, you know? Up your own ass, villain. You want to beat him even harder.
Yeah.
Way more interesting than Seth.
Who uses technology to cheat. Yeah.
It's over. Like, that's not, you know.
So... Of Street Fighter villains, we have fucking the best Street Fighter villain ever, which is Sagat. And then you have Bison, who uses magic soul bitch shit to cheat. And then you have then you have Gill, who uses Egyptian bullshit magic to cheat. Then you have Seth, who uses fucking Seth, who uses, what do you call it? Technology bullshit to cheat. And then you have fucking Nikali, who uses...
He's not a villain.
Yeah, he's a villain.
He's a villain, but he's not the villain.
Yeah, but he uses soul absorption shit to cheat.
Yeah. But, like...
Then you have Sadler, who uses data to cheat.
But, like... Gill is the only one of those fucking villains that, in addition to having that stuff to cheat, is a fucking leader of the Illuminati.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Illuminati. That's a big deal.
Gill killed Epstein. He did a seraphic wing in the jail cell, and the guards were asleep, and the cameras turned off, and nobody knows what happened, but they heard...
All they heard out of that cell was the mark of my dignity.
No. Let me be the blesser of all souls. And then they're like, what happened? They're like, oh, he killed himself.
Oh, man, totally, yeah.
Big suicides.
Yeah.
Just the fucking rainbow effect coming from out of the jail cell.
Come on.
Resurrection.
Man. Come on, Mar. Don't do it. Come on. What other news we got? Slow news week, right?
Quite.
Yeah.
To the chase then. I suppose. Oh, whoops, that's not the button I wanted. Neither was that one. Oh yeah. Well, okay. We can just talk about this then. This is a little fun thing.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the fun thing.
Timestamps guy has decided to put together a Kickstarter for a Kickstarter, because Timestamps guy, who does the podcast Timestamps, wants to get the Baz into Pedal Crash, which is this puzzle game that's being kickstarted. And so
that's what I was so confused.
Yeah,
when I saw this,
Pedal Crash is a Kickstarter, and they've got a tier for getting a character in the game. So he's putting together a Kickstarter, and he's basically trying to continue and see if we can crowdsource.
This is the actual most hilarious way that the Baz legacy can go, is that the person with no game has a fan base despite having nothing, that puts him into more things despite having nothing.
And this is the idea that like was started a little while ago, that when I heard it, it fucking made me giddy, is the idea of the crowd-sourced, the open-source jobber.
Baz is all of yours.
The open-source jobber that can just show up. When I saw him making it into games that I never heard of...
Oh, yeah, you knew it was getting there.
This is like, okay, it's the next level of it, right?
Because, like, I remember when I'm playing Hollow Knight, and people were like, go check out Zubug. I'm like...
Who? What?
I don't remember the guys talking about.
Or that racing game where he's like talking mad shit.
Yes.
Right? So wonderful. All about that life. So if you guys want to help Timestamp guy, then yeah, head on over to this. It's the Pedal Crash, the Baz DLC Kickstarter, which is for a Kickstarter. And he will then get into the puzzle game Pedal Crash.
Soon comes the Kickstarter to get Timestamp guy to make the Kickstarter.
Yes.
Buy him a sandwich.
Love it. And like, of course, Baz would need such a pathetic means.
Oh yeah, this is shameful.
Yeah, of making it work out. Like, it's so on brand for there to be the crowdfund of the crowdfund, because he can't fucking make it.
Can't do it.
He's got no clout.
He's a bitch.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Baz only gets in on the charity of others.
Yep. 100,000%. But people still, they want to see him. He's the Barry Horowitz of the video game industry. Big time WWE jobber.
Okay. Right over my fucking head. Yeah.
Showed up, fucking got bodied 100% of the time.
Damn. That sucks.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Let's take some letters.
That's it. No other news this week. Everything's fine.
What are we on here? Twitch?
We're on Twitch right now.
Everything's fine.
Podcast listener thing of choice.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. I have an archive channel on YouTube that I could kill in a moment that I don't give a shit about.
Can't say the same for me.
Well,
it's the Kappas.
Oh no! It's ironic that it's Kappa, isn't it?
They're at your door.
They're at your door. Well, actually, they're at the door of the border. Feelers are being sent out to people that would know better than you or I. Me and Wooly both sent out independent feelers to find out what's the deal with this Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and its incoming enforcement by the Federal Trade Commission of the United States.
A long time ago, there was probably an early episode of the podcast, and maybe 2 or 3 more, where we talked about how every time someone gets mad at the ESRB or Peggy or Cero, how they need to stop and hold up and understand the situation, right? And understand the reason that the ESRB exists. And the importance of understanding that is because video games are not something that the government understands. And thus, when complaints are like brought against it, the government is like, what the fuck is going on over here?
Yeah.
Right? And the ESRB is the only thing holding the government back from stepping in, not understanding what it's looking at, and just start shooting motherfuckers.
Right. So now
the ESRB is a self-policing in like part of the industry required, because between the FTC and a bunch of people that are not exactly in games, but kind of adjacent, they can at least talk to some people that might have an idea about what a video game should be rated as. and then the FTC can go, as long as you handle it, then fine.
Now let's sidestep this from video games in general to content in general and talk about data collection. Ideally, most industries would have the good sense to regulate themselves so that government bodies don't come and fuck them. Well, Google and YouTube did not have that common sense. The Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, to my knowledge, was created in 1998. It is old. It is fucking old.
And it gets updated every
10-ish years. A little earlier, a little later.
Got bumped up this time around because of complaints. Apparently, this has nothing to do with ElsaGate.
Shit all.
Nothing to do with Creeper Comment Gate.
So what it has to do is that COPPA is about, hey, tech companies, you don't have the right to take down all sorts of weird, creep-ass, personalized information about 12-year-olds. Don't record their viewing habits. Don't record what they click on. Don't do it. They don't have the ability to consent to a EULA or any legal documentation. Therefore, it would be de facto illegal for you to collect that information, assuming they had made it. YouTube got around COPPA way back by saying you got to be 13 years old to make a YouTube account. Period.
Yep.
Done.
That. Yeah.
Trivial. Everything solved. Everything fine. Then YouTube started its algorithms, its data acquisitions, its ad integrations from Google. And very quickly, because of the way the data collection works, you can tell what accounts are actually being used by fucking children.
Yeah.
The ones that are watching Peppa Pig all day and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And YouTube said, you know what we should do? We should put out fucking for real ads to companies saying, hey, we have the personal viewing habits of millions of children.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to advertise to them? And at some point, someone told the FTC about this, to which the Federal Trade Commission of the United States went, what the actual fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And brought the hammer down on YouTube, and now they had to pay a couple $100 million fine.
But more importantly,
They said, well, we can't trust you with your bullshit anymore. So, now, we're going to be taking a real good fucking long look at you, including everybody who uploads shit to your platform.
so was this YouTube's fault?
100%.
2019% YouTube's fault.
To blame the FTC for the ongoing troubles is naive and honestly unfair, because they are responding to a gross a gross misuse of existing law. It's a flagrant legal violation, and it's about the kids. So
However,
the government's going to step in and go, what the fuck?
However, the thought process is, at this point, does it even matter?
Nope, doesn't.
So it's happening. So
What's happening? Well,
you got to let everybody know whether or not your channel and or videos are for kids.
or not for kids.
And kids is a legal term. I didn't know that.
Kids is a legal term in the U.S. It means 12 years and 364 days
Right.
or younger.
But they never specified, like, I expected at some point legal documentation would say something like children, but it uses the word kids.
Because in the U.S. it's a legal term.
Weird. Very weird.
Huh? So the basic deal is this. On YouTube, you can currently either set any video or your entire channel as not for kids or for kids. Now, because of the way that all of this has been talked about, you would think, oh, I'm going to protect myself and set everything as not for kids, and that way the FTC will see, hey, this video about Pokemon is not for kids, therefore I'm not liable for the shit. Actually, because of the fucked up language involved, that's actually backwards. By marking it as not for kids, you're giving YouTube the permission to collect data on anybody who watches that video. And if it's a Pokemon video that appears to have been marketed towards children anyway, you are essentially saying, I marked it for kids so that I get the money, but I know it's for kids, which makes you in violation of COPPA, which means that you are liable to get super fucked by the U.S. government with a $42,000 fine.
Up to $42,000 fine.
Per infraction.
Per video. And it doesn't matter if you live in the U.S. or not, because it's applying internationally.
Well, that's where it gets complicated. Because the FTC probably doesn't have the legal authority to levy fines against foreigners. the Canadian equivalent of the FTC also does not have the legal authority to level fines at all. So that's really iffy. That's weird. Every time any of this talks about it, whether I talk about it, whether I see Aaron talk about it, whether you see Chad Tronics talk about it, Jim Sterling talk about it, or Wooly talk about it, everyone's going to end their little speech and say, I read the stupid shit, but if you're freaked out about this, you should really talk to a lawyer.
Boy, I'd prefer it if they would just delete the video.
Yeah. If they said, hey, you're in violation of COPPA, video killed. But nope. Doesn't work like that. So in the current status, everybody is floundering. And when people are talking to lawyers, they're unfortunately getting different advice because it's untested law. No one's been sued yet.
Because the problem is when you get into the areas that we get into, which is adult man babies.
Adult man babies.
And adult man baby content.
Yes.
Looks identical to an FTC worker.
For example, if you are still technically the co-owner of a YouTube channel that uses bright, colorful graphics, childlike cartoons, Kirby music, and has a childlike title such as Best Friends Play, you may wonder if an FTC individual would look at that and go, that looks like it's targeting children for advertisers.
Minecraft, Super Mario Odyssey,
Lego, toy reviews,
Cereal,
Steven Universe,
arts and crafts,
anything, all sorts of stupid shit. So,
yep,
there's going to be a let's say nothing happens at all and they only go after the real motherfuckers who are obviously skirting the law abusively. You're still going to see a lot of people paranoid jerk their fucking channels to death because nobody wants to get fucked.
But what happens when you set your channel to 4 kids?
Well, what happens
is you comments are all deleted and disabled.
Goodbye comments. It's not the end of the world, honestly.
All embeds, all community pages go away. All ability to search and show up in recommendations are removed.
And you make about 90% less CPM.
Yeah.
Which means the video might as well not exist from a monetary or even like usability standpoint.
It might as well not exist because no one's on it, no one's talking, no one's allowed to, can't track anything, can't make any money.
Now, if you're not running
can't
ads,
be searched or recommended.
If you're not running ads on your content and you're just running a Patreon, you know what? That's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Except YouTube just put in a new rule a few weeks ago saying that they would delete your channel if they determine that it is not financially viable to keep it going.
So if they're not running ads on your stuff because you happen to run it unmonetized.
Because it's for kids.
Then.
It's a wonderful, exciting new world of YouTube.
Yeah, so if you're a cartoon creator, if you're a Two Snacks, a Cranky Construct,
if you're doing Lego videos,
if you happen to be a person who makes videos for adults
that have a Pokemon in them,
things that like, because the FTC is not necessarily going to understand that everything that's a cartoon is not for kids.
Yeah, the guidelines are terrifying because they say cartoons are obviously for children. I'm like, that's not true.
The language they use, like "hey guys" and "stuff" and "duh"
and "cool"
from 1998.
Yeah. Metalocalypse is not for children. That's a cartoon.
Mortal Kombat
is
a video game.
That's true. And it's explicitly not for children.
Worse yet is if you have content that's like Happy Tree Friends.
You get busted. For sure.
Where like the whole joke is that you're pretending to be a kid's show. Yeah, you're just not allowed to make that anymore.
Take that, Wondershausen.
That's gone. Like anything that's like
Take that, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Yeah, anything that's ironically like cute and scary is gone. /fucked.
So this goes into effect January 1st. Lot of big unknowns. Currently waiting to hear back from smarter people than me. What's up with that light?
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm just playing with it.
So it's either going to be scary but fine, or it will be the complete destruction of YouTube as a video platform.
A lot of people were saying this is not just any other update, and then YouTube came out and said this is not just any other update, and the FTC gave that thing where the guy was almost determined to make it like
terrifying,
almost as scary as possible.
There's a quote from an FTC official and says it's like shooting fish in a barrel. YouTube is the barrel, and the content creators are the fish. And it's like, what? Why are you talking about us like we're prey, man?
Yeah.
Now
we have many ways of searching those 23 million
channels,
you know.
And when we're talking about penalties or aggressiveness, we're typically talking about civil penalties, which means money. There is a point that Jim brought up, which I do feel is reasonable, but I'm not going to stand by it because I don't want to stand by any of this because I could be wrong, which is the FTC literally does not have the resources to go after 100 million videos. There's not enough like time in the universe for those to go through the courts. It's very likely they're going to pick someone and fuck them really bad. If I had to fucking throw down the wildest guess, I would say that the Grumps and Markiplier, because of the way their content looks and their popularity, are probably the most at risk for being the example.
Well, you see, so the question is, right, but here's the thing, like, you're thinking in a video game context, but, like, this is broader because there's...
Oh, it's way broader.
Yeah, there's people that do their toy reviews and their cereal reviews and their unboxings and their, you know, whatever's in fucking who's, you know, like there's...
The guy who was watching this video the other day is a 1.6 million sub guy who does Lego reviews. That's it. Just Lego reviews.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is just, like, there's a part of this where it's, like, the entire nature of video games is like very likely to be misunderstood by the FTC, and there's a bunch of other categories of YouTube where that'll happen. But what we did here is that there's a feedback page where everyone can go and leave a message of feedback before this goes live on January 1st.
Which feels like pissing in the wind, but do it anyway.
Hopefully it's not.
Yeah.
And then at the very least they can understand that it's like what you're trying to protect makes a ton of sense, but there is a slightly complicated issue in the matter, which is there are a lot of adult man babies, many who happen to like cartoons, video games, cereal, ice cream, and toys.
Yes.
And want content featuring all of these things.
Now, I will say, a lot of people... this is not just about YouTube. It's about everybody. Everybody. But, I mean, look at Twitch, right? With Twitch, all you got to say is this mature audience is free. You're free and fucking clear, right? Because the fucking shit doesn't track bullshit unless you hit I'm over 18, click, right? And Twitch isn't even ad-based anyway. It's sub-based, right? So, fine, right? But, yeah, it's everybody. There's all sorts of video services are going to get bopped like this. Just YouTube's getting bopped by far the hardest because they steal the kids' information.
See, it's almost as if, like, it would have been simpler if the split to the YouTube Kids platform would have actually just taken the kids' videos and made a hard line distinction between the two.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? YouTube to do something?
If you've got a letter, you can send it in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Don't ask us about COPPA. We're not the smartest people to talk to. Go find somebody smarter.
Waiting for someone smarter to tell me what to do.
Or not.
That's what I'm doing.
The current piece of advice I've received is don't do shit yet.
The only one that's currently actively running, like, between us, that's actively running a YouTube channel that matters.
Yeah.
You know.
Ow. But I don't know. My YouTube channel doesn't matter. That was faux concern.
It's for them, not for you.
So you're gonna be streaming the LPs now on Twitch, huh?
Well,
that's crazy.
Got a question coming in, and this question comes in from Will. Says here, there, Woolsworth and Paddington.
Hey man, what up, man?
Let's get this over here where I can Throw it up on both sides. Hey! Now that Death Stranding's out in the world, and with the news from a few weeks back that Swery plus Suda were looking to collaborate, I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the tendency / risk expectation of people at the tops of their fields to, well, go nuts. The same can happen in music, with performers falling down a jazz hole or becoming too proficient to listen to, or art movements producing some of the biggest weirdos in media overall. Pursuing a new or naive style after years of otherwise mainstream proficiency. On the other hand, some artists and creators sit firmly atop the middle ground with broad approval and good commercial prospects, but risk stagnation as the world moves on. How much do the fields of madmen need to push boundaries? Is the risk of these creators worth the jeopardy of leaping into the unknown? Would you rather maintain the middle or face uncertainty at the edge?
There's an obvious middle ground, and that middle ground is keep doing the thing you're good at and people like, and then do the weird thing for fun. And if the weird thing for fun takes off like crazy, good for you. You'll be artistically fulfilled.
And if the weird thing is what people love you for, then like that's what you should probably keep doing.
There's a reason when you go to a Madonna concert and somebody yells out, sing like a virgin, and Madonna's like, ugh, people get fucking pissed because it's like, hey.
She doesn't go, ugh. She goes, how does that go again?
Oh, yeah, you're right. She doesn't remember their own song.
But at the same time, if David Lynch does something and people don't like it, what do people say?
It's David Lynch.
It's David Lynch! What the fuck are you going to do? Actually hold him accountable to the shit he makes?
He's crazy.
You out of your mind?
I don't even want to talk to him. He's fucking nuts.
There you go. He gets off.
The reason why Death Stranding is so crazy is because Kojima had to rein it in so long on Metal Gear.
If Swery and Suda are getting together to work on something, I want it to be fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Too crazy to actually play? Maybe.
Did I say McDonough? Oh.
What'd you say?
Did I say McDonough?
Ew.
Oh. Damn it.
Hey, Wooloo and Pat Rat, have you ever had a character in media that you thought you would like, then screamed that it was a character for you? It screamed like it was a character for you in terms of design, etc. But when you actually watched or played it, you ended up not liking or caring for them. For me, it was Oliver Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. Everything seemed right and up my alley. Cool, strong, badass military commander whose troops respected her. Satsuki being my favorite anime character, but when I actually watched the show, I kind of just went lukewarm on her. Thanks, from Pat Squared.
Nah, man, I'm crap. I like all the characters I'm supposed to like.
I was sad to find out that I could not play Crimson Viper.
Yeah,
but then
most people can.
Then again, neither could the rest of the world.
I like Olivia Armstrong. She looks at you like you're disgusting.
And let's take one over here from what do you want to be called? Sky. Hello, Castle Boomer Beast. Probably
I'm sorry I invented
will
that.
not make it to the news this week. Popular media game Azure Lane. Wait. This probably will not make it to the podcast news this week. Popular mobile game Azure Lane, where you collect ships' waifus, has this bug that lets you zoom in on the ship's sprites and the live 2D sprites in certain moments. The devs acknowledged this as a bug, and after the players yelling about not fixing it, they decided to keep it as an additional feature menu in the game. What are your favorite glitch turned into feature moment?
If you play Warframe, that game is nothing but that happening over and over and over again. The bullet jumping was a bug with the melee animation. They recently had some bugs with the way colors showed up on characters, and then they just put it in. They recently had a thing where you were there's a thing called ephemera, which is like a particle effect you can equip to your character. Mm-hmm. And there was a bug with the menu that you could accidentally equip it to your dog as well. Mm-hmm. And they were like, oh, wait, that's cool. Fuck it. You can do that now.
So my favorite used to be combos in Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, that's up there, man.
But then that story was disproven as not real.
No!
Combos were intended.
No.
Someone went in, did the research, and Fall looked up to the rumor, and there was a story on Event Hubs about how the often cited rumor about combos being an unintended side effect of the game system was totally not the case.
I hate this.
And that the devs and Akira Nishitani at the time did know they were in and intended it.
No.
Combos are not a bug. Combos are real. Do them. Thus, my new favorites probably would be... I mean, okay, obviously there's like...
Distorted Real Impact.
Well... But I was going to say, like, the origins of Dante to begin with.
Yeah.
Right? Fucking making Onimusha, they're like, yo, this sword juggles these enemies like fucking crazy. What's up with that? They're like, I don't know, but that's not what this game is. So then they
By
like...
Onimusha, you mean Resident Evil.
No. They then went from the juggling that was in that, like, it went from... They first saw it in Onimusha, and then they went like, let's put this system in one of the demos for... in the whatchamacallit?
RE4.
RE4 Tony,
Yeah.
whatever build.
Tony Redgrave version.
The Tony Redgrave version of RE4.
Which we'll never see, unfortunately.
But the juggling idea first happened in Onimusha.
I did not know that.
And then they brought it to that build, exactly. So then that became DMC1, so that became an entire thing. It's less of a feature and more of an entire franchise. One that I remember hearing about a while ago was that apparently when they were making like strong strong self-sufficient female protagonist Lara Croft,
Yes.
they accidentally hit the slider and her chest size went from 50% to 150% by mistake. And then the dev team saw it and went,
Yeah.
nah, that's good though.
Yeah, that's good.
And then kept it in there. But it was not
legend was
intended.
born.
It was not intended for it to be the way it came.
Somebody in chat just said it, so I won't take credit.
And the third one I had on my list was skiing in tribes.
There it is. It defines that series forever. Skiing in Tribes kicks ass.
If you like Titanfall speed, go check that shit out. Yep. Basically, you just jump a bunch as you're accelerating, and then you just slide at stupid breakneck speeds. And it kind of makes it look like, again, the way Titanfall would look when you would do, what the fuck is it? Bunny hopping.
It's always fascinating to me, and it's not limited to games, but it's like you're making something, and then you horribly fuck it up, and then you're like, this is so much better than the idea I had in my head. The version of Tribes that existed before skiing is a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Compared to Tribes after skiing.
Right. It wouldn't have mattered at all. Yeah, rocket jumping was definitely one of those. Yeah. And the spy in TF2 was all unintended as well. It was totally a bug off of like whatever the first like mod, because Team Fortress was a mod of whatever.
Yeah, TFC.
Yeah. So.
Well, not TFC, just TF.
But like the names appearing wrong and shit like that was like, wait, what? And they're like, wait, what if there's a character designed around this?
It's a cool idea.
So that's, yeah, those are probably the best ones. All right. So yeah, that's it. That was a long one.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like it. It's 5:30. Holy shit.
Yeah, hungry.
I'm gonna go get a steak now.
Fucking starving. But you know, whatever. Check out stuff if you like it.
Yeah, I do Twitch streams over at twitch.tv/angriespat. I'll be doing tomorrow and Friday. By tomorrow, I mean Thursday and Friday. Those will be Death Stranding days, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Gonna fuck around with Death Stranding. Probably build some roads and piss on some ghosts.
I got a fucked up week because I have to hit a wedding this weekend.
Are you serious?
I have to go to a friend's. Yep.
Jesus, man.
It's crazy. I get no fucking rest.
Just go sleep right now.
So in the meantime, we'll have to make the podcast.
Nah, fuck it.
And then after the podcast, I have to get the Daigo interview up, Daisuke interview up.
You got a Daigo interview too?
Nope. Didn't do that. So I don't get to sleep. However, the channel will continue with Death Stranding, with that Indivisible, and of course with Naruto, which is popping off right now. Naruto is popping off hard.
So I got a look at that intro yesterday, and That's a pretty good intro.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I tried very hard. Good. Worked very hard to not work at all. Some people are kind of warning me that they're like, yo, Death Stranding is going to take forever.
It's really long.
Okay. So there might be points that like some sort of time compression might be required. I'm not sure. We'll see how that goes.
You should start playing that game off stream and just do non-story shit.
Well, that's the thought, right? Or play it on stream, and then the episodes can be... Well, we'll see. I'm not sure.
The way I've been doing it is I've been playing it 4 or 5 hours of 3-4 nights a week on stream.
Yep.
And I've been beelining story content unless everyone's screaming at me to build a road.
Yep.
And then I fuck around and just do side deliveries for funsies off stream. Because, it's fucking long. It's 40 hours if you hardcore beeline it. It will be the longest thing on Woolly Versus for quite some time.
Okay. Yeah. For the sake of that not happening and having people just get fucking turned off by just the commitment length.
Yeah.
You know, it might be possible to perhaps address that. But if we stream, then, you know, you get a little bit of freedom.
You can do all sorts of stupid shit.
Get a little bit of freedom, you know. So let's see how it goes.
All
right.
You'll get a feeling on it. The game's actually very upfront with its pacing and its structure. It's a good game.
Yeah, but if it's long and exciting, then that's fine too.
I would call Death Stranding a lot of things, but I don't think I would ever call it exciting.
Oh. Hey. All right.
Podcast's over now.
Thanks, Kappa.